Welcome back to Worlds of Protheka audiobooks. And if this is your first time, be warned. Once you step into Protheka, you'll never want to leave. With beasts who will stop at nothing to protect the women they love, and women who are only just finding out what a real man can be, you'll lose yourself in the dark romance of these fantasy stories. To bring you these free full audiobooks, we have to listen to this platform's guidelines, and they say that Protheka's steamiest scenes aren't allowed. But you can still get them from the unabridged version of any Prothekan audiobook. All you have to do is go to worldsofprotheka.com. With promo code YouTube30, we're offering you the opportunity to get 30% off of any audiobook, ebook, or bundle. We appreciate you subscribing to the channel, as it makes bringing these free full audiobooks to you possible. Don't forget to like and comment to let us know what you think. Protheka's magic is eternal, and this story is just the beginning.
Chapter 1. Lord Imas. The incense in the ritual chamber does not smell of devotion. It smells of rot disguised as lilies, a cloying, sugary thicket that coats the back of my throat and refuses to be swallowed. It is the scent of the serpent, and tonight he is screaming. I stand before the black altar, the stone cold enough to leach the heat through the soles of my boots. My breath mists in the damp air of Leandor, mingling with the curling smoke of the brazier. But I can barely feel the cold. I can barely feel my own skin. My head is a cathedral of bells all ringing at once. More. Now. Bleed. Break. Take. The demands are not words. They are impulses fired directly into the base of my skull, a relentless, grinding static that hasn't ceased in 2 centuries. It is the sound of 1,000 vipers hissing in a sealed room. It scrapes against the inside of my eyes, a constant blinding pressure that makes thought feel like wading through broken glass. I press the heels of my hands into my temples, groaning. The noise is louder tonight. It is a physical vibration in my teeth. It makes my hands shake. It makes me want to tear the skin off my face just to let the pressure out. This is the price of power. The chaos magic does not sit idly. It churns. It is a storm trapped in a bottle, and I am the glass, cracking under the strain. Quiet, I hiss, the word lost in the cacophony. I need to vent it. I need to open the valve before I explode. I raise my hand, fingers splayed, calling upon the chaos. I want a simple manifestation, a writhe of shadows to darken the corners of the room, a small act of dominance to soothe the beast. Nothing happens. A spark of violet light fizzles at my fingertips, sputtering like a candle in a gale, before vanishing into the gloom. The noise in my head spikes, a shriek of disappointment that sends a spike of agony down my spine. I stagger, clutching the altar for support. I stare at my hand. My skin, the color of burnt charcoal, looks dull in the low light. The intricate silver embroidery of my cuffs seems to mock me, a symbol of Kuzuth nobility wrapping a wrist that currently commands the magical authority of a tavern rat. Pathetic. I press my fingers together, tapping the pads against one another in a rhythm of calculated irritation. The silence in the room is heavy, pressing against my eardrums. But it is a lie. Inside me, the noise is deafening. It drives me. It makes me cruel, not out of desire, but out of necessity. Cruelty is the only language the serpent speaks. When I cause pain, the noise dips for a moment. When I break something, the static clears just enough for me to breathe. I am a drowning man, and suffering is my air. You demand more, I whisper into the shadows. My voice is low, modulated to betray nothing, even to a god. Always more. The serpent answers with a thrumming void within my chest, a hollow ache that demands to be filled. Pain is the currency of my patron deity. Suffering is the wine he drinks. But lately the screams of the usual stock, the broken criminals, the weeping debtors, have grown stale. They offer their misery too freely. There is no texture to it, no exquisite resistance. It is cheap wine, and the serpent has a refined palate. Because the offering is weak, The noise remains loud. It makes me irritable. It makes me irrational. Yesterday I nearly executed a chef for spilling soup, not because of the stain, but because the clatter of the bowl hitting the floor sounded like a thunderclap in my sensitized ears. I am fraying. Lord Malik knows this. I can feel my rival's ambition circling my estate like a shark in the water. Malik, a brute who worships the warrior, believes power lies in the strength of the arm and the sharpness of the axe. He is crude, loud, and effective. Rumors swirl in the high court that Malik has gained favor, that his territory expands while mine stagnates. If I do not perform the rite of the blackened heart before the next new moon, my standing in the caste will fracture. I cannot allow that. I carved my domain out of the unforgiving stone of Leondor with nothing but my will and my cruelty. I will not lose it to a man who thinks strategy is merely hitting something until it stops moving. I lower my hands and look at the ring on my right forefinger. It is a heavy band of obsidian, carved with the coiling likeness of my god. Usually it hums against my skin, a conduit connecting my blood to the lee lines of chaos that run beneath Protheka. Today, it is quiet, not dead, but dormant, waiting. I run a thumb over the cold stone. It needs fuel, not just blood. Blood is easy. It needs terror, pure, distilled terror. The kind of fear that stops the heart before the knife even cuts. I need a victim who understands exactly what is happening to them, who fights the inevitability of it, building a dam of panic behind their eyes until it bursts. I need a scream loud enough to drown out the god in my head. A sharp knock echoes on the heavy iron-bound door. The sound hits me like a hammer to the head. I wince, the noise in my head flaring in response to the intrusion. "Enter!" I command, my voice tight. The heavy hinges groan, and the rhythmic clinking of armor announces Asima. My guard captain stops 3 paces behind me. I don't need to look at her to know she is bowing, stiffly, resentfully, but bowing nonetheless. She is Mew caste, bred for war, and she wears her loyalty like a heavy chain. "My lord," she says, voice rough like grinding stones. "The carriage is prepared for the inspection of the docks." The thought of the docks, the shouting sailors, the creaking wood, the chaotic din of commerce, makes my stomach turn. I cannot handle the noise today. I will murder someone in broad daylight just to make them stop talking. "Cancel it," I say. "My lord?" I turn slowly. Asima stands rigid, her hand resting instinctively on the hilt of her sword. She is a towering woman, even for our kind, scarred and brutally efficient. She looks at me, or rather, she looks at the space just past my shoulder, avoiding direct eye contact as is proper. "I have no interest in counting crates of spice today, Captain," I say, smoothing the platinum strands of hair back from my temple. "The Serpent requires a different sort of commerce." Asima shifts her weight. "The slave markets, then?" "The low-town markets are filled with refuse," I say, disdain curling my lip. "Disease-ridden and broken before they even reach the block. No, we go to the private auction at the Dark Market Satellite House." A flicker of unease crosses Asima's face. She hates the flesh trade. She finds it dishonorable, which is why she will always remain a soldier and never a ruler. "As you command. Shall I gather the full guard?" "No, just you. I do not require an audience for my shopping." I walk past her, the heavy velvet of my robes whispering over the stone floor. As I pass, I see her nose twitch, repelled by the smell of the incense clinging to me. Good. Let it sicken her. Let her remember that I walk paths she dares not tread. I do not dismiss her with words. I simply cease to acknowledge her presence, stepping out into the corridor and leaving her to scramble in my wake. The estate is cold. It is always cold in Leondor. The gray stone walls weep condensation, and the narrow windows let in only the gloom of a sky that has forgotten the sun. I stride through the halls, my boots striking the floor with precise predatory cadence. Servants, humans, and lesser elves alike scatter before me, pressing themselves into alcoves, averting their eyes. They are wise. Today my patience is as thin as the skin of a bubble. I step out into the courtyard. The rain is falling, as it always does here, a relentless freezing drizzle that turns the world into a blur of slate and charcoal. The carriage waits, black lacquered wood glistening wetly, the Batla's beasts harnessed to the front, snapping their jaws at the groomsmen. I climb inside, settling onto the plush leather. Asima mounts her horse alongside the carriage. The driver snaps the reins and we lurch forward, the wheels grinding against the cobblestones. I lean my head back and close my eyes, listening to the rain drum against the roof. The hunger in the obsidian ring flares, a sudden spike of heat that feels like a needle driven into the bone of my finger. I hiss, gripping my hand. Soon, the serpent whispers. Soon, soon, soon. The repetition is maddening. It burrows into my thoughts, disrupting my focus. I cannot plan. I cannot think. I am merely a vessel for this endless starving noise. Find it. Break it. Feed me. I open my eyes. My reflection stares back at me from the darkened window pane, violet irises glowing with a feral, desperate light in a face of sharp angles and aristocratic boredom. I look like a prince of darkness, a master of this city. But beneath the silk and the xanthonite clasps, I am a starving man. I am a slave to the cacophony. The carriage turns a corner, heading toward the darker districts where the law turns a blind eye and human lives are sold for copper. A sudden pressure builds behind my temples. It is not pain, but anticipation. The static charge in the air before lightning strikes. The hairs on my arms rise. My magic, so dormant moments ago, stirs in the deep well of my soul, agitated and alert. It is sensing something, a beacon in the gray wash of the city. I sit up straighter, steepling my fingers, pressing the tips together until the knuckles turn white. The serpent is guiding me. I can feel the pull, a magnetic hook lodged in my chest, dragging me toward a specific point in the city. There is something there. Not just a slave. Not just meat. A challenge. A grim smile touches my lips, devoid of any warmth. I do not know what awaits me at the market, but I know this. Whatever it is, I will own it. I will take it apart, piece by piece, until I find the scream hidden at its center. I will feast, and finally, there will be silence.
Chapter 2. Leora. The mud of the Lowtown market is thick enough to swallow sound. It clings to my shins, a heavy, freezing paste mixed with the refuse of the city and the relentless drizzle that falls from Leondor's slate-grey sky. I do not look at the faces of the men walking past the auction block. I look at their hands. Hands are the only truth in this world. A mouth can lie, spilling sweet promises or feigned indifference, but a hand will always tell you what comes next. I watch a merchant with swollen red knuckles grip his coin purse too tightly. He is angry, likely to strike out of frustration. I watch a guard with calloused palms rest his thumb on the pommel of his blade. He is bored, dangerous in his idleness. My own hands are hidden in the tattered folds of my sleeves. I grip the loose thread on the left cuff, winding it around my index finger until the circulation cuts off, until the tip turns purple and throbs. The pain is a small, sharp anchor. It keeps me here. If I let go of the thread, I might drown. The air in the market is not just cold, it is crowded. Not with bodies, though we are packed tight enough to smell the unwashed wool and sour sweat of the line, but with feeling. The terror of the girl standing to my left bleeds into the air like smoke. It tastes of copper and bile. It presses against my temples, a heaviness that tries to pry open my skull and pour her panic into me. Close the door, I tell myself. Build the wall. I squeeze my eyes shut for a heartbeat, visualizing a fortress of grey stone, thick and impenetrable. The power, though I do not have a name for it, only a curse, surges in response, a frantic tide rising to meet the pressure. It takes every ounce of my meagre strength to keep the barrier intact, to keep their screaming emotions from becoming my own. I exhale a shaky breath, the air misting before my face. I am so tired. The exhaustion goes deeper than the hunger gnawing at my belly, or the ache in my bones from sleeping on the damp earth of the holding pen. It is a spiritual fatigue, a fraying of the soul. Straighten up, refuse, the Slava growls. I snap my eyes open. I don't look at his face. I look at his hand. He holds a crop, the leather braided and stained dark. His grip tightens. The leather sings through the air. I don't flinch. I learned long ago that flinching only excites them. It confirms the power dynamic. Instead, I shift my weight imperceptibly, bracing my core. The crop lands across my shoulder, a line of fire that sears through the thin fabric of my tunic. I bite my lower lip, my teeth finding the scar tissue there, a familiar groove worn smooth by years of silence. I do not cry out. I do not give him the satisfaction of a whimper. I simply stare at a puddle near his boot, watching the raindrops create concentric circles that ripple and die. Useless, the slaver spits, moving down the line to terrorize a weeping boy. The pain in my shoulder is sharp, clarifying. It helps push back the suffocating cloud of the other slave's fear. For a moment, there is only the sting and the rain. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifts. It isn't a sound. The clamour of the market, the shouting vendors, the braying of beast mounts, the ring of iron, doesn't stop, but it changes quality. It becomes brittle, strained. The air pressure drops, triggering a warning prickle on my neck. The emotions pressing against my mental walls shift from the chaotic noise of general misery to a unified, suffocating frequency of dread. Someone is coming. Someone who drinks the light from the air. The crowd parts. It is not a respectful shuffling aside. It is a frantic scramble, bodies pressing into the mud to clear a wide path. A black carriage has stopped at the edge of the square, the lacquered wood gleaming like a beetle's carapace. But it is the figure striding toward us that commands the silence. He is tall, towering over the humans and lesser elves alike. His skin is the colour of burnt charcoal, smooth and flawless, absorbing the dim lantern light rather than reflecting it. He wears robes of crushed velvet the colour of dried blood, embroidered with silver threads that seem to writhe like living things as he moves. A dark elf. Not just any dark elf, a Kuzuth, a high lord. I watch his hands. They are pale inside his gloves, long-fingered and elegant. He does not wear weapons. He does not need to. The air around him warps, heavy with the scent of something sweet and rotting, like lilies left on a grave for too long. He stops 10 paces from the line. A warrior in heavy armour stands behind him, her hand on her sword, but the Lord ignores her. He ignores everyone. His violet eyes, glowing with a predatory luminescence, sweep over us. He is not looking for labour. He is not looking for a bed warmer. The way his gaze dissects us is clinical, cold. He is looking for ingredients. He steps closer. The girl beside me begins to shake so violently her teeth rattle. I feel her terror spike, a high-pitched scream in my mind that threatens to shatter my concentration. "Stop it," I beg her silently. "Don't let him see." The Lord stops in front of her. He tilts his head, a smooth reptilian motion. He lifts a hand, one finger extended, and the girl collapses into the mud, sobbing, begging for mercy before he has even spoken. He sighs. It is a soft sound, but in the silence, it carries like a gunshot. Banal. He moves on. He passes the strong men, the beautiful women. He dismisses them with a flicker of his eyes. He is hunting for something specific, and he hasn't found it. He stops in front of me. My heart does not hammer. It seizes, a trapped bird dashing itself against the cage of my ribs. The air in my lungs turns to solid ice. He is close enough that I can smell him. Beneath the scent of rain and mud, He smells of expensive wine and that cloying, suffocating incense. It makes my stomach turn. I should look down. Survival dictates that I look at his boots, that I hunch my shoulders and present myself as harmless, broken things. That is what Rena taught me. Be invisible, Leora. Be dust. But I cannot. The pressure in my head is building, the dam straining against the flood of his presence. He feels hollow. That is the only word for it. Beneath the terrifying power, beneath the arrogance, there is a gaping, starving void in this man that sucks the energy out of the air. It pulls at me. I lift my chin. My dark hair, heavy with rain and tangled from days of neglect, falls away from my face. I look up, past the velvet collar, past the sharp, cruel line of his jaw. I look directly into his eyes. They are violet, the colour of a bruise, framed by lashes so pale they look like frost. There is no warmth in them, only an abyssal depth of calculation. He blinks, surprised. Most humans would have averted their gaze or dissolved into puddles of fear by now. He expects it. He feeds on it. I grip my teeth, my jaw locking. I will not give it to him. I have nothing left. No family, no home, no name that matters to anyone but me. I have my mind, and I have this small, jagged shard of defiance. I see you, I think, projecting the thought with all the force of my hidden nature. You are just a monster. And I have seen monsters before. Something flickers in his expression. His eyes narrow. He steps closer, invading my space, his height making me feel small and fragile. My body betrays me. My knees tremble, my breath hitches, but I force my eyes to stay locked on his. He studies me. He looks at the hollowness of my cheeks, the lattice of scars visible at the neckline of my tunic, the way my hands are clenched into fists at my sides. He sees the fear, yes, but he sees that I am holding it back. He smiles. It is not a nice smile. It is the expression of a man who has found a rare vintage in a cellar of vinegar. This one, he says. His voice is a low vibration that I feel in the soles of my feet. The slaver scrambles forward, bowing so low his nose nearly touches the muck. My lord, a scrawny thing, that one. Won't last a week in the mines. I have stronger. I did not ask for your opinion on livestock, the lord says, never breaking eye contact with me. I said, I will take this one. Of course, my lord, of course. The slaver fumbles with the keys at his belt. A fair price. Send the bill to the house of Ichmas, the lord says, dismissing the matter of coin as beneath him. Unchain her. The shackles are undone. My wrists feel floaty and strange without the weight of the iron. I rub the raw skin, my eyes still wary. Come, Lord Imas commands. He turns his back on me, assuming I will follow, assuming he already owns me. I hesitate. The guard, the woman in armour, steps forward, her hand reaching for my shoulder to shove me. No, Imas says, halting her with a single word. He turns back, extending his hand toward me. The palm is open, the leather glove removed. His skin is pale charcoal, the nails manicured and sharp. On his index finger, a heavy ring of black stone absorbs the light. Give me your hand, little defiant thing, he purrs. It is a test. He needs to see if I will recoil. I look at his hand. It is a weapon. It is the instrument of my future pain. But to refuse is death. I reach out. My skin is pale, dirt-streaked, my fingers bony and trembling. I place my hand in his. The moment our skin connects, the world tilts on its axis. It is not a spark. It is not heat. It feels like plunging my hand into a bucket of freezing sludge. A sensation of absolute visceral wrongness shoots up my arm, racing through my veins like poison. It makes my teeth ache. It makes the bile rise in my throat. The ring on his finger pulses. A cold, dead heartbeat against my palm. My breath catches in a sharp hiss. My pupils blow wide, the sapphire blue swallowed by black as my instinct screams at me to run, to hide, to get away from this void in the shape of a man. Ihmas freezes. His fingers tighten around mine, crushing the bones together. He feels it too. He looks down at our joined hands, his brow furrowing, the arrogant mask slipping for a fraction of a second. He studies me, and for the first time, there is something other than hunger in his violet eyes. Confusion. "What are you?" he whispers, the words meant only for himself. He pulls me forward, jerking me off balance so I stumble against his chest. The velvet is soft, but the body beneath it is hard as granite. He doesn't wait for an answer. He sweeps me toward the black carriage, pulling me into the dark.
Chapter 3. Lord Ihmas. The heavy oak doors of my private study slam shut, sealing out the damp draft of the corridor and the prying eyes of my household. The silence that follows is immediate and thick, smelling of old parchment, dry ink, and the metallic tang of the wards woven into the stone floor. I release the girl's arm. She does not fall. A lesser creature would have collapsed, legs turned to jelly by the sheer proximity of a Kuzuth lord in his sanctum. But this one, this scrap of human refuse, stumbles only once, catching her balance with a grace that seems alien to her jagged, starved frame. She backs away until her shoulders hit the bookshelves. She does not cower. She watches me. Now that we are out of the rain and the mud of the market, I can see what I have purchased. She's a wreck of a thing. Her tunic is little more than rags, gray and stiff with grime, hanging off a body that is all sharp angles and hollows. I could snap her collarbone with 2 fingers. Her hair is a tangled mess of dark silk, matted with the filth of the pens, clinging to a pale neck that pulses with a frantic, rabbit-quick rhythm. But her face, it is deceptively fragile. High cheekbones cut sharp lines beneath skin the color of milk, leading down to a mouth that is currently pressed into a thin, white line. There is a tiny scar on her lower lip, a permanent mark of teeth biting down on words that dared not be spoken. And then there are her eyes. Sapphire blue. Not the dull, watery blue of the sky over the ocean, but the deep, resonant blue of a gem formed under crushing pressure. They are large, framed by thick, dark lashes that sweep against her cheeks as she blinks, clearing the rain from her vision. They are defiant, they are terrified, and they are utterly mesmerizing. I feel a stir in my gut, not affection, certainly not lust in the way a man desires a woman. It is the hunger of a predator spotting prey that might actually offer a chase. It is the anticipation of cracking a geode to see the crystals inside. I touch my fingers together, tapping the pads against one another as I walk slowly toward her. "Do you know where you are, little thing?" I ask. My voice is soft, a velvet shroud over a blade. She watches my hands. Her gaze tracks the movement of my fingers as if they are vipers poised to strike. "A cage," she whispers. Her voice is hoarse, unused but steady. "A cage implies you are an animal to be kept," I correct her, stopping 3 paces away. "You are not an animal. You are fuel." She presses her spine harder against the books, but she lifts her chin. "I am Leora. Names are for things that have a future," I say dismissively. "You have a purpose. There is a difference." I circle her, my movements fluid. I can smell her fear. It has a scent, acrid, like nature before a storm, mixed with the damp, earthy smell of the rain clinging to her. But beneath the fear, there is something else. A strange, quiet static that prickles against my mental shields. It feels dense. Most humans are open books, their minds leaking simple, loud emotions like a sieve. Hunger, pain, lust, fear. But this girl is a fortress. She is holding something back, clamping down on her terror with a will that should not exist in a species so short-lived and frail. Perfect. My patron is the Serpent, I tell her, my voice dropping to a murmur. He is the god of pain, of misery. He does not feast on the body, Leora. He feasts on the mind. He drinks the scream that dies in the throat. I raise my right hand. The obsidian ring on my index finger flares with a sudden, violet light. The frigid air in the room drops 10 degrees in a heartbeat. Frost patterns bloom on the window panes. Let us see what you are hiding behind those sapphire eyes. I do not touch her. Don't need to. I reach into the well of chaos within me, pulling on the dark threads of the ether. Usually this requires effort, a mental flexing of muscle. Today, with the girl so close, the magic leaps from me, eager and violent. I cast a phantasm. The shadows in the corners of the room detach themselves from the walls. They elongate, twisting and writhing, taking on substance. They slither across the floorboards, silent as death, transforming into heavy, coiling vipers the size of tree trunks. Their scales are black oil, their eyes burning with the same violet light as my ring. They circle her. One rears up, its hood expanding, jaws opening to reveal fangs dripping with liquid shadow. I wait for the scream. I wait for the dam to break. I need her to shatter. I need that explosion of pure, unadulterated terror to flood the room so I can channel it into the ring, so I can feed the hunger that has been gnawing at my bones for weeks. Leora gasps. Her hands fly up to cover her mouth. Her body trembles so violently I can hear the rustle of her rags. Look at them, I command, my voice echoing with magical amplification. Look at your death. She squeezes her eyes shut. Open them, I roar, pushing a pulse of will into her mind. Her eyes snap open, but she does not look at the snakes. She looks at me. Her pupils dilate. The sapphire blue is swallowed by a tide of black, until her eyes are void dark mirrors. I expect a plea. I expect hatred. Instead, something slams into my mind. It is not a word. It's not a sound. It is a sensation so foreign, so violently abrupt, that my breath hitches in my chest. It feels like swallowing a mouthful of warm syrup laced with arsenic. It is a cloying, suffocating heat that rushes through my veins, scalding the cold, structured darkness of my soul. It tastes of salt water and soft skin. It feels like sorrow, but not her sorrow. Mine. She is looking at me, and she is not seeing a monster. She is seeing a man standing alone in a cold room, desperate for power he cannot hold. She is pitying me. The sensation hits my stomach like a punch. Bile rises in my throat, hot and acidic. Pity is the antithesis of the serpent. It is a weakness. It is a corruption. To feel it, to have it forced into me by a creature beneath my notice, is a violation so profound it makes my vision blur. Stop! I choke out. The warmth intensifies. It wraps around my heart, squeezing, softening the edges of my rage, dulling the sharp, beautiful blade of my cruelty. It feels like drowning in feathers. It feels like being smothered by light. The noise softens, then it stalls. It fizzles to nothing. My concentration shatters. The giant snakes dissolve into harmless wisps of gray smoke. The violet light in my ring sputters and dies, turning the obsidian to dull, lifeless stone. I stumble back, clutching the edge of my desk to keep from falling. My skin feels feverish, my stomach churning with the phantom taste of her empathy. It is poison. I can feel it lingering in my blood, a foreign contaminant trying to rewrite the laws of my existence. She stands there, chest heaving, her eyes still those twin pools of endless black. She doesn't seem to realize what she has done. She looks exhausted, drained, as if she has just run a marathon. Rage, hot and familiar, rushes in to fill the gap where the magic used to be. I lunge. I cross the distance between us in a blur of motion, slamming her back against the bookshelves. Books tumble to the floor with heavy thuds. My hand closes around her throat. I do not squeeze to crush. I squeeze to hold, pinning her in place. Her skin is warm under my cold fingers. Her pulse flutters frantically against my thumb, a hummingbird trapped in a fist. What are you? I snarl, leaning in until our noses almost touch. I can see the flecks of terror in her eyes now, but beneath it, that damnable softness remains. What curse did you speak? What poison did you slip into the air? She claws at my wrist, her nails digging in, futile against my strength. She tries to speak, but my grip is too tight. I need to punish her. I need to reassert control. I need to burn this softness out of her and out of me. I reach for the magic again. I mentally grasp for the chaos, trying to summon a lash of pain, a spark of lightning, anything to show her that I am the lord here, and she is the slave. Strike her, I command the power. Burn her. Nothing. There is no hum in the ring. There is no answering coil in my gut. The connection to the serpent is not just quiet, it is absent. It is as if a heavy wool blanket has been thrown over a fire, suffocating the flames. I stare at her, my heart hammering a frantic rhythm against my ribs, not from exertion, but from a sudden icy dawn of horror. My magic is gone, I whisper in shock.
Chapter 4. Leora. The lock clicks shut with a sound like a breaking bone. I stand in the room, my chest heaving, the air soaring in and through my lungs. I wait for the sound of retreating footsteps, but for a long moment there is only silence on the other side of the heavy wood. I can feel him standing there. The air feels pressurized, thin and static charged, as if a storm is pressing against the doorframe. My skin crawls. The memory of his hand on my throat is a phantom weight, cold and possessive. But he didn't kill me. My magic is gone. The words echo in my mind. He looked at me not with the hunger of a predator, but with the dawning horror of a man realizing he is bleeding out. The pressure beyond the door finally recedes. Heavy boots strike the stone floor, moving away. I exhale, my knees giving way. I sink to the plush carpet, wrapping my arms around my ribs. This is not a dungeon. I look around, my eyes adjusting to the dim light filtering through the tall, narrow window. The room is opulent in a way that feels suffocating. The walls are hung with tapestries of dark grey and silver, depicting jagged mountains and storms. A massive four-poster bed dominates the space, draped in velvet the colour of midnight. There is a hearth, cold and empty, and a vanity carved from black wood that looks like petrified bone. It is a room for a guest, or a prize. I scramble to the window. It is a single pane of glass, impossibly clear. I press my hands against it. Cold seeps through to my palms. Below, the estate of House Ichmas sprawls like a sleeping beast in the gloom of Leondor. Rain slashes against the glass, distorting the view of the high walls and the jagged iron spikes that line the perimeter. I push against the frame. It does not budge. I trace the edge of the sill and feel a faint vibrating hum. A magical seal. I am trapped. Not in chains, but in silk and sorcery. Why? Dark elves do not keep human slaves in rooms like this. We are kept in barracks, in pens, in the mud. We are livestock. To put livestock in the master's quarters implies a purpose far more terrifying than labour. A sharp cramp twists my stomach. I haven't eaten since the gruel at the market 2 days ago. My body is failing, even if my mind is racing. I curl my fingers into the loose thread of my tunic, pulling it tight until the pain centres me. Think, Leora. Observe. He recoiled when I felt for him. When I pitied him. I close my eyes, trying to recall the sensation. It hadn't been a conscious choice. It was a reflex, like throwing up a hand to ward off a blow. The dam inside my mind, the wall I built to keep the screaming emotions of the world out, had fractured, and instead of taking in, I had poured out, and it hurt him. A click at the door makes me scramble backward, pressing my spine against the cold stone of the hearth. The door opens. It is not the Lord. An older human woman enters. She carries a silver tray, her head bowed so low her chin nearly touches her chest. She wears the grey wool of a house slave, her hair strictly bound in a white cloth. She moves with the shuffling, silent gait of someone who learned long ago that invisibility is the only shield that works. She places the tray on a small table. Bread, cheese, a pitcher of water. The scent of the food hits me, and my mouth waters so painfully my jaw aches. "Eat," the woman whispers. She does not look up. I remain by the hearth. "Is it poisoned?" The woman flinches. She looks at me then, and I see a landscape of tragedy written in the lines of her face. Her eyes are watery and dull, the spark long since extinguished. "If Lord Emus wanted you dead, child, he would not waste the arsenic. He would simply stop your heart." "He couldn't," I say. The words are out before I can stop them. The woman freezes. Her gaze darts to the open door, then back to me. "Do not speak such things. The shadows in this house have ears. The serpent hears all." She moves to leave, but I lunge forward, grabbing her wrist. Her skin is papery and dry. "Please, who are you?" "I am Rena," she says, her voice trembling. "I have served this house for 40 years. I served his father before him. Where am I? Why am I in this room?" Rena looks at the velvet bed, then at me. A flicker of pity crosses her face. Not the magical kind I project, but the weary human kind. "You are where he puts things he wishes to study, things he wishes to break slowly." "He tried to break me," I say, my voice dropping. "In the study, he tried to scare me. He will try again. And again." Rena pulls her wrist free, though I wasn't holding her tightly. She wrings her hands together. "He is Kuzuth. He does not know how to lose. If you fought him, if you defied him, he will not stop until you are dust." "I saw him," I insist, needing to understand what happened in that room. "When he tried to use his magic, something happened. He looked afraid." Rena steps closer, her voice dropping to a hiss. "Lord Emas does not feel fear. He consumes it. He is a devotee of the Serpent. Do you know what that means, girl? It means pain is his prayer. Do not mistake a pause for weakness. He is merely deciding which knife to use." She backs away toward the door. "Eat the bread. Gather your strength. You will need it when the night comes. Leandor is cruelest in the dark." She slips out, the heavy door locking behind her with a finality that echoes in the marrow of my bones. I am alone. I eat the bread. It is rich, seeded with herbs I don't recognize, and I devour it with shaking hands. The water is cool and clean. As my belly fills, the adrenaline crash hits me. My limbs feel heavy, turning to lead. I crawl onto the massive bed. The velvet is soft against my cheek, smelling of lavender and that underlying metallic scent that seems to permeate the entire estate. I close my eyes, trying to find the quiet place in my mind. The fortress. Build the wall. Lay the stones. Mortar them with silence. But the wall is cracked. I can feel it, a jagged fissure running through the centre of my mind. And through that fissure, the world is leaking in. It starts as a low thrumming, like a headache building behind the eyes. But it isn't pain. It is agitation. Pace. Turn. Pace. Turn. The rhythm beats against my skull. It feels frantic, a caged animal throwing itself against the bars. My breath hitches. I press the heels of my hands into my eyes, trying to block it out. Why is it silent? Why doesn't he answer? The thought isn't mine. It is sharp, cold, and terrified. It tastes of ink and old blood. Ichmars. I sit up, gasping. I'm sensing him. He must be nearby, perhaps in the room next door, or the study below. The proximity is amplifying the connection I forged when I touched him. The dam is broken, and his emotions are flooding into me. It is suffocating. His anxiety is akin to a chain on my chest. His frustration feels like insects skittering under my skin. Stop it, I think, projecting the thought toward the source of the noise. Be quiet. I squeeze my hands into fists, my nails digging into my palms. I focus on the sensation of the velvet under my legs, the sound of the rain. I try to push back against the intrusion. I try to be calm. I breathe in. I am safe. I am alone. I breathe out. Silence. I imagine the calm as a colour, a soft pale grey, like the morning mist. I wrap it around myself. I push it outward, toward the jagged, frantic presence scratching at my mind. The effect is instant. The thrumming in my head slows. The frantic pacing sensation stutters and halts. The sharp, metallic taste of his anxiety dulls, replaced by a sudden, stunned stillness. My headache fades to a dull ache. I blink, staring at the far wall. I did that. I reached out, across the distance, and I soothed him. A shiver works its way up my spine. This is dangerous. If I can feel him, he can feel me. And if I can soothe him, he drinks the scream that dies in the throat. I am feeding him, not with fear, but with peace. I scramble off the bed, backing away as if the mattress has burned me. I need to stop. I need to rebuild the wall. If I give him peace, he will only want more. He will drain me dry until I am nothing but a husk. The lock clicks. I spin around. The door swings open. It is not Rena this time. The warrior woman, the captain, fills the doorway. Asema. She is not wearing her helmet now, revealing a face that looks as if it was carved from granite, scarred and hard. Her eyes are dark, assessing. She looks at me not as a person, but as a problem she cannot yet solve. She does not enter the room. She stands on the threshold, her hand resting on the pommel of her sword. "Come," she says. Her voice is deep, lacking the cruel modulation of her master's. It is just a command. "Where?" I ask, my voice trembling despite my best efforts. Rena said, she said I should eat. "You have eaten," Asema says, her gaze flickering to the empty tray. "Lord Emas requires you." "Why?" Asema steps aside, gesturing into the dark hallway. "He wishes to test the connection." The words hang in the air, cold and clinical. Test the connection. I look at her hands. They are steady. She is not angry. She is not cruel. She is simply a tool of his will. I have no choice. I am in the centre of a fortress, surrounded by monsters. I step forward, my legs feeling like water. As I pass Asema, she falls into step behind me, a silent, armoured shadow. "Do not fight him," she says, her voice so low it is almost lost under the sound of the rain drumming on the roof. "He is unstable tonight." I look back at her, surprised by the warning. She does not meet my eyes. She stares straight ahead, her face a mask of duty. We walk down the corridor toward the heavy oak doors of the study. Even from here I can feel him. The static in the air is thicker, buzzing against my skin. He is waiting, and he is hungry.
Chapter 5. Lord Emas. The hum of the obsidian ring returns slowly, a lethargic vibration against the bone of my finger. It is not the roaring furnace of power I am accustomed to, but it is there. The connection to the serpent has reknit itself, fragile and resentful, like a limb that has been broken and poorly set. My magic is back, but it feels sulky. I need to confirm something about her. I stand before the iron cage placed on the center of my desk. Inside, 3 rodents scrabble against the metal bars. They are vile creatures, the size of large cats, with hairless, scabby tails and teeth capable of chewing through oak. They smell of ammonia and musk, a sharp stench that cuts through the ever-present heavy incense of my study. They hiss at me, their beady red eyes filled with a mindless, ravenous hunger. "Perfect," I whisper. The heavy door opens. I do not turn. I know the cadence of Asima's stride, the heavy rhythmic clanking of her armor, and I know the lighter, uneven scuff of the girl's slippers. "Leave us," I command. Asima hesitates. I can feel her disapproval radiating off her like heat from a stone. "My lord, the creature is unpredictable. You are unarmed." "I am never unarmed, Captain. Leave." The door clicks shut. The silence of the room reasserts itself, heavy and expectant. I turn slowly. Leora stands by the hearth, her back pressed against the cold stone. She looks rested, though the wariness in her posture remains. Her hands are hidden in her sleeves, but I see the tension in her shoulders. She is watching me, her sapphire eyes tracking my every movement. "Come here," I say. She does not move. She defies the order not with words, but with a stillness that is infuriatingly loud. "If I have to drag you," I say, my voice dropping to a silken, dangerous register, "I will not be gentle. Come, look at what I have brought for you." She steps forward, her movements stiff. She approaches the desk, her gaze flickering to the cage. The rodent throw themselves against the bars, snapping their yellow teeth. She flinches, a small, involuntary jerk of her head. Good. Fear is there. It is just buried deep. "Do you know what these are?" I ask, steepling my fingers and resting my chin on them. "Rodin," she answers. Her voice is steady, but I hear the tremor beneath it. "They eat humans." "They eat anything," I correct her. "They are creatures of pure appetite, much like myself." I drop my hands and circle the desk, standing behind the cage so she is forced to look at me through the mesh of iron and the writhing bodies of the beasts. "My magic failed a few hours ago," I say conversationally. "It was a singular occurrence. I believe you are a dampener, Leora, a void in the weave of the ether. But a void cannot stop a flood." I raise my hand. The ring flares. It takes more effort than usual. I have to mentally claw at the connection, dragging the power up from the soles of my feet. But the violet light ignites. It wraps around my fingers, crackling with static. Leora's eyes widen. She takes a step back. "Don't," she whispers. "Watch," I command. I thrust my hand toward the cage. I do not cast a spell of death. That would be a waste. I cast a hex of agony, a simple weaving of nerve fire designed to make every synapse in a body fire with blinding pain. The spell hits the rodent. The effect is instantaneous. The creatures shriek, a high, piercing sound that grates against the teeth. They thrash wildly, biting at themselves, tearing at their own flanks in a frenzy to escape the pain coursing through them. I inhale, waiting for the rush. I wait for the feedback loop, the delicious, savory taste of their suffering to flow back into me and strengthen the spell. I wait for Leora to scream, for her horror to shatter that infuriating calm she wears like armor. She does not scream. I look at her. Her hands are out of her sleeves now. She is gripping the edge of the desk, her knuckles white. But she is not looking at the rats with disgust. She is looking at them with recognition. Her pupils expand. The sapphire is swallowed by an all-consuming tide of black, turning her eyes into voids. Then it hits me. It isn't a sound. It is a physical pressure, an atmospheric shift so sudden my ears pop. The air throughout the room turns thick, viscous, like wading through warm honey. A wave of sensation crashes into my mind. It is not fear. It is not the sharp metallic tang of terror I crave. It is a blanket, heavy, warm, suffocatingly soft. Peace. It tastes like milk and vanilla. It feels like the numbness of a limb falling asleep, spreading rapidly through the metaphysical space of the room. It wraps around the chaotic, jagged edges of my magic and soothes them. "No!" I snarl, trying to push more power into the hex. "Burn them!" But the violet light on my hand flickers. The chaotic energy doesn't just fail. It unravels. The threads of the spell go slack, turning from a whip into harmless mist. Inside the cage, the shrieking stops. The rodent do not die. They do not pass out from pain. They simply stop. Their frantic scrabbling ceases. Their breathing slows. One of them, a massive male with a scarred ear, uncurls its claws from the bars and settles onto the floor of the cage, blinking lazily. The aggression drains out of them, replaced by a docile, drugged stupor. I stare at the cage, then at my own hand. The ring is dormant again, the stone dull and lifeless against my skin. The connection to the serpent hasn't been severed, but it has been muffled, as if I am trying to hear my god through a wall of cotton. I look at Leora. She is swaying slightly, her face pale, sweat beading on her forehead. The blackness in her eyes recedes, leaving the blue looking washed out and exhausted. She looks as if she has just carried a heavy load up a mountain. "What did you do?" I whisper. My voice sounds loud in the sudden unnatural quiet. "I didn't want them to hurt," she says. Her voice is faint, raspy. "They were afraid." "You protected them," I accuse her. "You protected vermin from me." She blinks, looking confused, as if waking from a trance. "I just wanted it to stop." I should be furious. I should be reaching for a weapon to flay the skin from her back for this insolence. She has neutralized my power. She has rendered a Kuzuth noble harmless with nothing but a thought. It is treason. It is heresy. But I cannot move. I grip the edge of the desk, my knuckles turning the color of bleached bone, bracing myself against a sudden, violent vertigo. The world has tilted. The gravity in the room has shifted. For 500 years, my mind has been a slaughterhouse. The serpent is not a passive deity. He is a shriek in the blood. His demands are a constant, grinding static: hurt, break, consume, bleed. A cacophony of vipers hissing against the back of my eyes, day and night, waking and sleeping. Every thought I have ever had has been shouted over the roar of his hunger. I've lived my life in a hurricane, screaming just to hear myself think. And now, the silence hits me to the core. It is not peaceful. It is a vacuum. It sucks the air right from my lungs and leaves me gasping, reeling from the sudden, impossible absence of pressure. My ears ring with the phantom echo of the noise that is no longer there. I stagger, my knees buckling, and I catch myself heavily against the wood. I wait for the backlash. I wait for the crushing headache, the bleed-over of chaos, the anger of the god. But there is nothing. I hear only the sound of my own ragged breathing, the soft scratch-scratch of the sleeping rodent's claws against the iron floor of the cage, the rhythmic weeping of the rain against the glass. Sounds I haven't truly heard in centuries because the god in my head was too loud. A shudder rips through me, starting at the very base of my neck and rolling down my spine. It feels terrifyingly like pleasure. It feels like the moment a fever breaks, leaving the skin cool and wet. The tension that permanently knots the muscles of my neck unspools so fast it makes me dizzy. I squeeze my eyes shut, fighting the urge to sob, not from sorrow, but from the sheer, overwhelming sensory overload of quiet. It is a drug. It is the purest, most addictive nectar I have ever tasted. I open my eyes. The room looks different. The edges of the furniture are sharper. The dust motes dancing in the dim light are distinct, individual specks rather than a chaotic blur. My thoughts are crystalline. I look at the scrolls scattered across my desk, the void trade treaties, the defensive schematics against House Malik that have been a tangled, migraine-inducing knot in my mind for weeks. I've stared at them until my eyes bled, unable to find the path through the noise. Now, in this impossible silence she has created, the solution does not struggle to be found. It simply exists. I see the pattern. I see the leverage. I see the flaw in Malik's southern supply line as clearly as if it were drawn in red ink. The realization chills me. I look at her. She is leaning against the bookshelf, pale and trembling, unaware that she has just stripped a High Lord of his god. She thinks she has merely stopped a cruel spell. She does not know she has stopped the screaming. I should kill her. To exist without the serpent is to be deform. It is to be hollow. But as I gaze at her, I realize with a jolt of horror that I do not want the noise back. I do not want the God back. I want this. I want this clarity. I want to be able to hear the rain. I steep my fingers, pressing them against my lips to hide the tremor. The repulsion I felt yesterday, the nausea of feeling pity, is still there, a faint, sickly aftertaste. But the silence, it is worth any price, even my soul. I walk around the desk. She flinches, squeezing her eyes shut. "Open your eyes," I command. My voice sounds strange to my own ears, deeper, steadier, stripped of the manic edge that usually sharpens my words. She obeys. The blue is back, wary and defiant. "You are not a dampener," I say softly, the words tasting new. "You are a counterweight. My lord, my magic thrives on chaos. You," I gesture vaguely to the sleeping rats. "You project order, calm. You are a temporary antidote to the poison I drink." My mind races. I can use her. She stifles my magic, yes, but she sharpens me. I will keep her close for the strategy work, and when the time comes to summon the serpent, I will lock her in the deepest dungeon of the estate, far enough away that her influence cannot touch me. I reach out and tuck a stray lock of dark hair behind her ear. She trembles, her breath hitching, but she holds her ground. The contact sends a jolt of that sickly warmth through me, but I grit my teeth and accept it. "You will not go to the servants' quarters," I say. "But Rena said—" "Rena is a slave. I am your master." I lean down, bringing my face close to hers. "You will stay here, in my chambers. You will sleep at the foot of my bed if you must, but you will not leave my side." Her eyes widen in horror. "For how long?" "Until I have dissected you, I promise. Until I understand how a fragile little human thing can silence a god." I turn away, walking back to my desk. I pick up a quill, dipping it into the ink. The intricate political strategy is flowing out of me, demanding to be written. "Sit," I command, gesturing to the rug, "and be quiet. I have work to do." She sinks to the floor, radiating shock. I begin to write. The obsidian ring on my finger is cold and dead, a useless stone. It is a terrifying weight to bear, this defenselessness. But the clarity is a drug, and for now, I'm willing to risk the silence.
There isn't much left of the world after the orcs came.
Savage. Brutal. Merciless.
If you're a woman, you're property. Even to other humans.
What happens when an orc stakes his claim on a human woman? Who would dare to stop him?
Me. Chapter 6. Leora. 14 days. I have counted them by the rhythm of the rain against the single pane of glass, and by the slow, agonizing erosion of my own will. 14 days of being a human shield. 14 days of being a filter for a man who is terrified of his own mind. I stand by the window, pressing my forehead against the cold glass. Below, the estate of House Emas is waking up to another grey, weeping morning in Leandor. The stone walls of the courtyard glisten like wet bone. I am exhausted. It is a fatigue that sleep cannot touch, a heaviness that has settled into the marrow of my bones. Keeping Lord Emas calm is not a passive act. It requires a constant, gruelling exertion of the muscle I didn't know I had. I have to find the silence within myself, that small grey room in my mind, and hold the door open, forcing my own peace to bleed out into the room like incense. It leaves me hollowed out, scraped clean. Behind me, the scratch of a quill against parchment stops. "Wine," Ima says. It is not a request. It is a statement of fact, delivered in that low, modulated voice that slides over my skin like cold silk. I turn. He is sitting at his massive mahogany desk, surrounded by towers of scrolls and maps. He has not left this room in 2 days. He sleeps in shifts of 3 hours, and when he wakes, he demands I be awake too, sitting on the rug or the chair, anchoring him. He looks different. The frantic, jagged energy that vibrated off him in the slave market is gone. The darkness that usually wreathes him like a second skin has settled. He looks sharper. The lines of his face, chiselled and arrogant, are no longer tight with suppressed rage. His platinum hair is pulled back severely, revealing the high arch of his cheekbones and the cruel slant of his brows. He is undeniably beautiful. It is a terrible, poisonous kind of beauty, like a flower that blooms only in the dark and kills whatever touches it. I hate that I notice it. I hate that when I look at his hands, long-fingered, ink-stained, powerful, my stomach twists with something that isn't quite fear. It is confusion. Because when the dam breaks and I feel him, I don't feel a monster. I feel a man standing on the edge of a cliff, desperate for someone to pull him back. And I am the rope. "Leora," he prompts, his violet eyes lifting to meet mine. I jolt into motion. "Yes, my lord." I move to the side table. My hands tremble slightly as I reach for the crystal decanter. It is filled with paquir, a bright red vintage from the southern vineyards. The scent of it fills the air as I unstopper the bottle, floral and fruity, a jarring note of summer in this tomb of winter. I pour the wine into a goblet. The liquid sloshes, threatening to spill. My grip is weak. I carry it to him. He watches me approach. He always watches. He dissects my movements, my breathing, the way I hold myself. I am not a person to him. I am a mechanism he is trying to reverse engineer. I stop beside the desk and place the goblet near his hand. "You are pale," he observes. He does not sound concerned. He sounds like a craftsman noting a flaw in his material. "I am tired," I say, the words slipping out before I can check them. He leans back in his chair, steepling his fingers beneath his chin. The gesture draws my eyes. I watch his knuckles, the smooth charcoal skin. He is not wearing the gloves today. "Fatigue is a price of utility," he says softly. "You serve a purpose, Leora. A tool does not complain when it is used." "A tool breaks if you use it too hard," I counter. His eyes narrow, a flash of violet fire. For a second the air thins, the pressure dropping as his temper flares. Instinctively I push back. I don't even have to think about it anymore. I find the well of empathy inside me, the part of me that remembers what it's like to be frustrated, to be misunderstood. And I project a wave of patience toward him. It costs me. A sharp ache pulses behind my eyes. Imars inhales sharply. His shoulders drop. The tension bleeds out of his frame, replaced by that unnerving, unnatural stillness. He really looks at me, and his expression shifts. It isn't gratitude. It is hunger. Not for food, and not for the pain he used to crave from the serpent. He is hungry for me, for the silence I bring. "You are learning," he murmurs. He reaches for the wine, but he doesn't look at the goblet. He looks at my mouth. "The servants are whispering, you know." I stiffen. Whispering? "They say the Lord of Pain has gone soft. They say the screams have stopped coming from the west wing." He picks up the goblet, swirling the red liquid. "They wonder what sort of witch I have locked in my tower." "I am not a witch," I whisper. The lie tastes like ash on my tongue. "No," he agrees, taking a sip of the pakwe. You are something else. He sets the goblet down, but his hand lingers near the base. He beckons me closer with a single crook of his finger. Pour more. My mind is thirsty. It is a command, but there is a vibration in it that makes my skin prickle. He is testing me. He is always testing. I reach for the decanter again. I have to lean over the desk to refill his glass. The proximity is suffocating. I can smell him, the sharp, clean scent of ink, the fruity tang of the wine, and beneath it all, the smell of rain and nature that clings to his skin. It is a scent that shouldn't be appealing. It should smell like death. But my treacherous body reacts, a flush of heat rising up my neck. He is too close. My hand shakes. The heavy crystal lip of the decanter clinks against the rim of his goblet. A single drop of red wine splashes over the edge. I gasp, reaching out instinctively to catch the droplet with my thumb before it can stain his scrolls. My hand brushes his forearm. The contact is instantaneous and violent. It isn't like touching skin. It feels like touching a live wire buried in snow. A jolt of freezing cold shoots up my arm, seizing the muscles in my shoulder. My breath locks in my throat. But it isn't just cold. It is need. A torrent of his emotions crashes into me, bypassing my walls entirely. I feel his possessiveness, dark and heavy as oil. I feel his fascination, sharp as a scalpel. And buried under layers of arrogance and calculation, I feel a pull. A magnetic, undeniable attraction that terrifies him as much as it compels him. He wants to break me, but he also wants to keep me whole. He wants to devour me, but he is terrified he will starve without me. The sensory overload is blinding. My vision tunnels. The room dissolves into grey static. The only thing real is the burning cold of his skin against mine. I gasp, trying to pull away, but my body won't obey. The connection flows both ways. I know he can feel me, my exhaustion, my fear, and the treacherous sparking heat that answers his own. My eyes burn. The pressure behind them spikes, agonizing and sharp. I know what is happening. Rena warned me about the signs of magic flaring in humans, the myths of the Purna. The eyes. Don't look, I scream internally. Don't look at me. But Emus is looking. He freezes. His arm goes rigid under my hand. He stares up at me, his face inches from mine. I can see my reflection in his violet irises. My pupils are blowing wide. The sapphire blue, the only thing about me that is mine, is being swallowed by an encroaching tide of absolute black. It spreads like ink in water, devouring the iris, turning my eyes into twin voids of endless starry night. It is the mark of the Purna, the mark of the witch. Leora, he breathes. I yank my hand back, the decanter nearly slipping from my grasp. I stumble away, hitting the edge of the bookshelf. Ichmas rises. He moves with a predator's grace, rounding the desk before I can even draw a breath. He grabs my wrist. His grip is iron. He doesn't squeeze to hurt, but he anchors me, pulling me out of my retreat and forcing me back into his orbit. He pins me against the shelves, his body shielding me from the rest of the room, blocking out the light. He stares down at me. He is searching my face, his gaze darting from one black eye to the other. I knew you were not ordinary, he whispers, his voice rough, stripped of its usual polish. I knew you were a dampener, a catalyst. He lifts his free hand. His fingers brush my cheekbone, a touch that burns. But this... He traces the skin under my eye. This is not human magic, Leora. Humans do not have magic. Humans are mud and water. My heart is a frantic drum against my ribs. I cannot look away. The blackness in my vision is fading, the sapphire returning as the connection breaks, but it is too late. He has seen. Please, I whisper. It is the first time I have begged him. Please what? He leans in, his lips brushing my ear. I shiver, a violent tremor that has absolutely nothing to do with the cold of the room. Please let you go. Please pretend I do not see the abyss staring back at me. He pulls back, looking me in the eye again. His expression is unreadable, a mask of Kuzuth calculation, but his eyes are burning with a fanatic's light. You are Purna, he says. The word hangs between us, heavy and lethal. It is a death sentence. The Purna were hunted to extinction on the surface. They are myths, monsters, enemies of the dark elves. If he knows what I am, he knows he must kill me. He slides his hand from my cheek down to my throat. His thumb rests against my pulse, feeling the frantic, terrified rhythm of my blood. I should carve your heart out right now, he murmurs, his voice devoid of emotion. I should offer it to the Serpent and beg forgiveness for harbouring a parasite. I stop breathing. I watch his hand. It is steady. He could do it. He could snap my neck before I could even blink, but he doesn't squeeze. Instead, his thumb strokes the hollow of my throat. It is a caress. A terrifying, possessive caress. But I won't, he whispers. He leans his forehead against mine. The contact is electric. I can feel the conflict raging inside him, the duty to his god warring with the addiction to the silence I provide. You are not human, he says, and the words sound like a revelation. And you are mine. He pulls back, releasing me so abruptly I almost fall. He turns his back on me, walking to the window to stare out at the rain-slicked courtyard. Go to the bed, he commands, his voice strained. Do not speak. Do not move. If you try to run, Leora, I will not have to kill you. The city will do it for me. I sink to the floor, my legs finally giving out. I touch my throat where his hand was. The skin still burns. I am not dead. But as I study his rigid back, at the way his hands are clenched into fists at his sides, I realise I might have traded a quick death for something far slower and far more dangerous. He knows what I represent, and he has decided to keep me.
Chapter 7. Lord Imas. The knowledge of what she is sits in my gut like a stone swallowed whole. I should have opened her throat the moment the sapphire of her eyes was swallowed by that unnatural, starry void. I should have offered her heart to the serpent while it was still beating, a penance for allowing a Purna, a creature hunted to extinction for their heresy against the natural order, to breathe my air. But I did not. Instead, I dressed her in the midnight blue silk of my house, and stood her in the shadows of my dining hall, a weapon I am arrogant enough to believe I can wield. I glance toward the corner where she stands. She is fulfilling her role as the silent servant, clutching a silver pitcher of wine, but my gaze lingers longer than strategy requires. I had the tailors cut the gown to fit her properly, shedding the rags of the slave market. The silk clings to the sharp fragility of her frame, exposing the long, pale line of her neck and the hollow of her throat where I rested my thumb only days ago. A muscle feathers in my jaw. I find myself tracing that line with my eyes, remembering the warmth of her skin against my cold hands. The urge to cross the room, push the heavy hair back from her shoulder, and bury my face in the curve of her neck is a sudden, physical ache. I tell myself it is the addiction, the craving for the silence she carries in her blood. But the heat curling in my lower belly feels dangerously like a man's desire, base and mortal. I want to own her, not just her fear, and not just her quiet. Her. It is madness. I tear my eyes away, forcing my attention back to the table. She is not human. She is a fracture in the world. And she is the only reason my mind is clear enough to endure the man sitting across from me. The heavy oak table groans under the weight of a feast fit for a king, yet the room is stale, suffocating beneath layers of tension and pretense. Across from me sits Lord Malik, He is everything a devotee of the warrior should be, broad-shouldered, loud, and utterly devoid of subtlety. He tears into a haunch of roasted tara with grease shining on his chin, his red eyes darting around the room, assessing threats, counting exits, calculating weaknesses. I despise him. He is a blunt instrument in a world that requires a scalpel. Yet, tonight, he is dangerous. Not just because of his armies or his favor with the war god, but because he has the nose of a bloodhound. If he catches even a whiff of the secret rotting in the center of my estate, if he senses that my magic is dormant, or worse, that I am harboring a Purna, he will not just kill me. He will dismantle me. "Your estate is quiet, Imas," Malak says, wiping his mouth with the back of his hand. He does not use the linen napkin. It is a deliberate insult. "The screams from your dungeons usually provide such charming dinner music. Have you lost your taste for the whip?" I steep my fingers together, resting my chin on them to hide the tick in my jaw. I can feel Leora's presence against my mind, a soft, terrified static. I need her silence to think, but I hate that she is witnessing this. I hate that she knows I am vulnerable. "Silence is its own form of terror, Malak," I reply, my voice smooth as oil. "Only the unimaginative rely solely on noise." Malak laughs, a barking sound that grates against my nerves. "Or perhaps you have simply lost your edge. Rumors fly on wings of shadow in Leondor. They say the Serpent's favorite son has been neglecting his prayers." He leans forward. The atmosphere in the room suddenly thickens. It is not a metaphor. Malak is pushing his aura outward, a heavy, suffocating pressure of pure aggression granted by the warrior. It presses down on my shoulders, a challenge meant to crush me into submission before my own servants. I reach for my own magic. I command the chaos within me to rise, to flare outward and meet his brute force with the twisting, maddening power of the Serpent. Push back, I order the void. Crush him. Nothing happens. My obsidian ring remains cold, a dead weight on my finger. The connection to my god is there, but it is faint, a distant, static-filled whisper that refuses to coalesce into power. Panic, sharp and metallic, floods my mouth. It isn't working. I glance toward Leora again. She is staring at Malak, her eyes wide. She does not see me looking at her, does not see the way my hand twitches on the table, wishing it was her skin I was gripping instead of the wood. I was a fool. I thought I could control this. I thought I could use her as a tool to sharpen my mind, and then discard her influence when I needed my power. But the silence she brings isn't a switch I can flick. It is a mire. It is dragging me down, stripping me naked before my enemy. I am defenseless. Malak senses it. His grin widens, revealing teeth that seem too sharp. He pushes harder. The pressure intensifies. The candles on the table flicker and dim. My breath catches in my throat, my lungs refusing to expand against the weight of his dominance. He knows. He can feel the hollowness where my power should be. "Well?" Malak taunts, his voice dropping to a growl. "Where is the bite of the viper, Imas? Where is the sting? Or are you truly nothing but a serpent without fangs?" Rage flares in my chest, hot and impotent. I want to flay him alive. I want to summon 1,000 shadowed horrors to tear the flesh from his bones. But I can't. I am trapped in the silence she has created. I look at Leora. I want to strangle her. I want to drag her from the shadows and break her neck for doing this to me. She meets my gaze. Her sapphire eyes are wide, dark pupils swallowing the blue as she takes in the scene. She sees Malak's looming aggression. She sees my stillness, which is rapidly crumbling into paralysis. She does not look afraid for herself. She looks afraid for me. No, I think, a snarl rising in my throat. Do not dare pity me now. But she doesn't offer pity. The air around me shifts. It is subtle at first, a ripple in the suffocating pressure of Malak's aura. Then a sensation washes over me, not the cloying warmth of peace, but something harder. Something steel-spined and unyielding. Certainty. It floods my mind, a cold, crystalline clarity that sweeps away the panic. It feels like standing on a mountaintop, breathing in air so thin and pure it burns. It is a borrowed strength, a projection of absolute, unshakable confidence that comes not from a god, but from her. She believes I am powerful. She believes I am the monster Malik fears. And in her belief, she creates a reality I can inhabit. The weight on my chest vanishes. I sit up straighter, the phantom strength filling my limbs. It is not magic. It is something else, a psychological armor forged from her will and draped over my shoulders. I look at Malik. Suddenly he does not look like a terrifying rival. He looks like a loud, boorish child playing with a stick. I pick up my wine goblet. My hand is perfectly steady. Fangs are for beasts who must tear their meat to swallow it, I say. My voice is smooth, devoid of the tremor that threatened to expose me seconds ago. It carries through the room, cutting through Malik's heavy aura like a razor through silk. I prefer to swallow my enemies whole. I take a slow sip of the wine, watching him over the rim. I let a small, bored smile touch my lips. Your aura is leaking, Malik. It smells of desperation. Is your hold on your own territory so tenuous that you must come here and flex your muscles like a common tavern brawler to feel like a man? Malik blinks. The pressure of his magic falters. He expected me to cower. He expected me to struggle. Instead, he sees a man utterly unaffected by his power, sitting in relaxed repose. Doubt flickers in his red eyes. You speak boldly for a man who hasn't cast a spell in weeks, he growls, but the weight of his presence recedes. I don't really need to cast spells to know that you are overextended. I lie smoothly, the borrowed confidence making the words taste like truth. How are your Neptherium mines in the north, Malik? I hear the production is stalled. Perhaps you should spend less time posturing at my table and more time managing your assets. It is a guess, a calculated shot in the dark based on half-heard rumors. But it lands. Malik stiffens. His jaw works. He pulls his magic back entirely, the crushing atmosphere in the room evaporating. He looks at me with a new, wary respect. He thinks I am playing a deeper game. He thinks my lack of magical display is a choice, a sign of arrogance so profound I don't deign to use power on him. You have always had a sharp tongue, Ichmas, he mutters, reaching for his own goblet to hide his unease. Be careful you don't cut your own throat with it. I'm always careful, I reply. The dinner continues, but the dynamic has shifted. I dominate the conversation, dissecting his arguments, parrying his probes with icy precision. I do not use a single spark of chaos. I use words. I use the terrifying clarity of mind that Leora grants me. But beneath the triumph, a dark, cold fury is coiling in my gut. I needed her. I, a lord of the Kuzuth, a master of the arcane, sat helpless before a brute until a human slave poured her strength into me. It is a humiliation that burns deeper than any defeat. I am not the master here. I am the parasite. Malik stands abruptly, throwing his napkin onto the table. I have lost my appetite. The air in this place is stale. A pity, I say, not rising. I was just beginning to enjoy myself. Malik turns to leave, his heavy cloak swirling around him. Asima opens the doors, her face a mask of stone, though I catch the relief in her eyes that no blood was shed. Malik pauses at the threshold. He does not look at me. He looks at Leora. She is standing perfectly still in the shadows, her head bowed, her hands clutching the empty wine pitcher. But the air around her still hums with the residue of the power she projected. To a sensitive eye, she must look like a beacon in the gloom. Malik's eyes narrow. He inhales, tasting the air. He looks from her to me, a slow, dawning suspicion tightening his features. He says nothing. He simply gives a short, sharp nod, not of farewell, but of acknowledgement, and strides out into the corridor. The doors close. I stare at the wood, my heart hammering a rhythm I can no longer suppress. He saw something. He sensed the connection. I look at Leora. She is trembling now, the adrenaline fading, leaving her exhausted. She looks at me, waiting for praise, or perhaps just acknowledgement of what she did. I feel the confidence she gave me curdle into something sour and violent. "Get out," I whisper. She flinches. "My lord!" "Get out!" I roar, sweeping the heavy silver candelabra off the table. It crashes to the floor, extinguishing the lights, plunging the room into shadows that I can no longer command. "Get to my chambers. Now." She flees. I sit alone in the dark, clutching the arms of my chair. I won the battle. But as I look over my dead ring and feel the ghost of her strength fading from my veins, I know I am losing the war. And Malik knows it too.
Chapter 8. Leora. The door to his chambers is heavy, a slab of iron-bound oak that should make me feel safe, but as I press my back against it, I feel only the vibration of the storm raging through the estate. I do not light the candles. I cannot bear to see the opulence of this cage, the velvet drapes, the silver tapestries, the massive bed that smells of him. I slide down the wood until I hit the floor, pulling my knees to my chest. My hands are shaking. Not a subtle tremor, but a violent, racking quake that rattles my teeth. I look at them in the gloom. They look like the hands of a stranger, pale, bony, stained with ink from his desk and the invisible residue of the magic I pushed out of my soul. I saved him. The thought tastes like bile. I saved the monster who promised to dissect me. I saved the tyrant who keeps Rena broken and Asema on a leash. When Malik's power filled the dining hall, pressing down like a ceiling of lead, I didn't let Ima's crumble. I poured my own strength into the void where his soul should be. And it felt right. That is the horror of it. It didn't feel like coercion. It felt like fitting a key into a lock. Heavy footsteps thunder down the corridor. They are not the measured, predatory strides of Lord Imas. They are chaotic, uneven. I scramble up to my feet, backing away from the door just as it flies open. It hits the stone wall with a crash that sounds like a gunshot. Imas stands on the threshold. The hallway torches cast his shadow long and distorted across the carpet, a jagged spectre stretching toward me. He has lost the icy composure he wore at the dinner table. His hair has escaped its severe tie, strands of platinum falling over his face. His chest heaves. He looks my way, and his eyes are not violet. They are almost black, the pupils blown wide with an emotion that is too hot for hatred and too cold for passion. He slams the door shut behind him and locks it. "You," he breathes. The word is a curse. He stalks into the room. He does not move with his usual liquid grace. He moves with the raw, jerky momentum of a man fighting his own limbs. He reaches the heavy desk near the window, the place where he spent the last 2 weeks plotting his political manoeuvres in the silence I provided. He stares at it for a second, his hands twitching at his sides. Suddenly he explodes. With a roar that sounds torn from a raw throat, he sweeps his arm across the surface. Scrolls, inkwells, and heavy crystal paperweights go flying. They smash against the far wall, ink splattering the silver tapestry like black blood. He grabs the heavy chair, solid mahogany that would take 2 servants to lift, and hurls it. It crashes into the vanity, shattering the mirror. Shards of glass rain down onto the carpet, glittering in the dim light. I flinch, stepping back until my calves hit the frame of the bed. I fold my arms around myself, gripping the loose thread on my sleeve, twisting it until the skin of my finger turns white. He cannot use magic. I am here. My presence is a dampener, a wet blanket smothering the fire of his chaos. This violence, this is just a man with the strength of a Kuzuth warrior and the temper of a scorned god. He spins toward me, breathing hard. He stands amidst the wreckage of his own sanctuary, his chest rising and falling. "Are you satisfied?" he snarls, stepping over the broken chair. "Is this what you wanted, witch? To see a lord of Leandor reduced to a toddler throwing a tantrum because his toys are broken?" "I saved you," I whisper. My voice is thin, trembling, but I force the words out. "You humiliated me." He closes the distance between us in 2 strides. He grabs my shoulders, his fingers digging into the silk of the gown he bought me. He shakes me, his head snapping back, his teeth bared. "Do you know what it felt like?" he hisses, leaning down until his face is inches from mine. I can smell the wine on his breath, sharp and sour. Sitting there, naked, powerless, while that brute Malik flexed his aura like a club. "He would have crushed you," I say. I don't look away. I watch his hands. They are clenched so tight on my shoulders I think he might snap my bones. But he doesn't strike. "He knew you were weak. He was going to kill you." "I would rather have died," he roars. "I would rather have let him carve the heart from my chest than accept the charity of a slave." The air moving through the room feels pressurized, thick with his rage. But beneath the anger, I feel it. The leak in the dam. I feel the torrent of his shame. It is a cold, slimy thing, curling in his gut. He hates himself right now more than he could ever hate me. "You are not a slave to me anymore, are you?" he asks, his voice dropping to a terrifying, quiet register. "That is the truth of it. I am the one in chains. I am the one addicted to the poison you drip into the air." He releases one of my shoulders to grab my jaw, forcing my head up. His thumb presses against my cheekbone, hard enough to bruise. "I should kill you," he murmurs. His eyes search mine, frantic and wild. "I should snap your neck right now. It would be so easy. A twist of the wrist, a snap of bone. And then the silence would end. The serpent would return. I stop breathing. My heart is a frantic drum against my ribs. I can see the pulse beating in his throat. I can feel the intent radiating off him. He wants to do it. He wants to destroy the source of his weakness. "Do it," I challenge him. The words bypass my fear. They come from that deep, ancient place in my blood, the Purna heritage that refuses to bow. "If I am a poison," I say, voice steadying, "then cure yourself. Kill me. And when Malik comes back to finish what he started, you can die with your pride intact." Ihmas freezes. His grip on my jaw tightens, pain flaring white hot. He stares at me. For a long, agonizing moment, I think he is going to do it. I think I have pushed him too far. Then, a shudder runs through his entire body. His hand drops from my face. He steps back, looking at his own palms as if they are covered in filth. "I can't," he whispers. The admission is a broken thing. "I can't." He looks at me with pure loathing. "I hate you. I hate the way you make the world quiet. I hate that when I look at you, I do not see a corpse. I see—" He cuts himself off. He runs a hand through his hair, pulling at the strands. "Get in the bed," he commands. I blink. "What?" His change of moods is like a whiplash on my skin. "The bed," he snaps, pointing to the massive mattress behind me. "Get in it." "My lord, do not make me drag you." He doesn't wait for me to comply. He grabs my wrist and hauls me toward the bed. He shoves me down onto the velvet coverlet. I scramble backward, pressing myself against the headboard, my knees drawn up. I expect him to tear my dress. I expect the final violation. But he does not undress. He does not touch his belt. He climbs onto the bed fully clothed, boots and all. He sprawls out beside me, on top of the covers, lying on his back and staring at the canopy. "Sleep," he says. I stare at him, baffled and terrified. You want me to sleep?" "I want you to be unconscious," he says, his voice flat. "When you sleep, your mind, drifts. The barrier softens. The calm spreads. He closes his eyes, his features drawn and haggard. I need the dose, Leora. I need the poison to drown out the memory of Malik's laughter. I do not understand him. Does he want it or not? 1 minute he was as ferocious as a wild beast, and now he is calm. He reaches out, his hand blind, seeking. His fingers wrap around my ankle. It is not a caress. It is a shackle. He grips my ankle tightly, anchoring me to him. If you try to leave, he murmurs, I will know, and I will not be so restrained a second time. I sit there, frozen. The storm batters the window. The room smells of spilled ink and the metallic tang of his distress. He lies there, a dark, beautiful ruin of a man, holding on to me because I am the only thing keeping him from falling apart. He wants to kill me, but he is sleeping beside me because the silence I offer is more precious to him than his God. Slowly, cautiously, I lower myself down. I lie on my side, facing away from him, curling into a ball. His hand remains on my ankle, a heavy, cold weight. I close my eyes. I try to build the wall again, but I am too tired. The exhaustion pulls at me, dragging me down into the dark. I drift. The sound of his breathing, ragged and uneven, eventually slows, matching the rhythm of the rain. Hiss. My eyes snap open. The room is dark. The fire has died down to embers. Ichmars is asleep, his grip on my ankle loosened but not broken. Hiss. It sounds like steam escaping a pipe, or a snake sliding over dry leaves. I sit up slowly, my heart rate spiking. Ichmars, I whisper. He does not stir. Interloper. The voice is not in the room. It is inside my skull. It is a sound that has no business existing in a human mind. It is wet and ancient, a slithering, coiling vibration that wraps around my brainstem and squeezes. It tastes of old blood and copper coins. I clap my hands over my ears, but the voice laughs. A dry, rasping sound like scales rubbing together. You think you can hide him from me? You think your silence is a shield? I gasp, scrambling backward on the bed, pulling my leg free from Imas's grip. I press my back against the headboard, scanning the shadows. The corners of the room seem to be moving, undulating. He is mine, the voice hisses. He was forged in pain. You are softening the iron, little witch. You are ruining the blade. Get out, I whimper, squeezing my eyes shut. Get out of my head. I need not enter, the serpent whispers, and I feel the phantom sensation of a forked tongue flicking against the inside of my ear. I am everywhere there is misery. And you are full of fear now, aren't you? The pressure in the room spikes. The air turns freezing. Die, the voice commands. It is not a suggestion. It is an order woven into the fabric of reality. Die, and give him back to me. I scream, but no sound comes out. My throat seizes. Invisible coils wrap around my chest, squeezing the air out of me. I look at Imas. He is sleeping peacefully, his face relaxed for the very first time in weeks, completely unaware that his god has come to collect what is his.
Chapter 9. Lord Imas. I wake to a sensation so unfamiliar that for a moment I think I have died. Silence. Not the heavy, expectant silence of a room before a ritual, but a profound, resonant quiet within my own skull. The static is gone. The screaming demands of the serpent, the grinding pressure against the back of my eyes, the ceaseless thrumming of chaos, all of it has vanished. I lie still, staring at the velvet canopy above my bed. My breath comes easy, deep and unencumbered. My muscles are loose, devoid of the tension that usually locks my jaw even in sleep. It is terrifying. I turn my head. Leora lies beside me, curled into a tight ball on top of the covers. She is facing away, her breathing slow and rhythmic. I still grip her ankle, my fingers wrapped around the delicate bones like a manacle. Her skin is warm under my palm, and through that point of contact, a steady rhythmic pulse of calm flows into me. It feels like cool water running over a burn. I should release her. I should recoil from this alien influence that has invaded my mind and silenced my God. Instead, my thumb strokes the arch of her foot. The gesture is involuntary, a reflex of a body that has been starved for comfort. I snatch my hand back as if burned, sitting up abruptly. The movement disturbs her. She shifts, murmuring something unintelligible, but she does not wake. I swing my legs over the side of the bed and stand. My equilibrium feels off, lighter, as if I have shed a suit of iron armor I didn't know I was wearing. I walk to the window, my steps silent on the thick carpet. Outside, the storm has passed, leaving Leondor shrouded in a thick, gray mist. I look at my hand. The obsidian ring is dead stone. I should be panicking. To be a Kuzuth lord without magic is to be a corpse walking. If Malik knew, if the council knew, I would be stripped of my caste before the sun hit its zenith. I would be defam, worse than a slave, a non-entity to be used and discarded. But the panic does not come. The silence Leora provides is a drug so potent it numbs even the fear of ruin. What is she? The question gnaws at me, sharper than the missing noise. I called her Purna, a label pulled from nursery rhymes and ancient history lessons meant to frighten children. The witches who stole the night. The women who twisted the dark elves into stone. But the Purna were destroyed. The dark elves hunted them across the continents, burning them out of existence centuries ago. And even the legends speak of them wielding fire and earth, aggressive magics that rivaled our own. They do not speak of this negation, this ability to make a god mute. I need to know. I dress quickly, pulling on a simple tunic and breeches, leaving the heavy robes of my station for later. I glance back at the bed. Leora sleeps on, an anchor in the chaotic sea of my existence. I leave the room, locking the door with a physical key since my magical wards are useless. The library is cold. It smells of dust and secrets. I bypass the sections on politics and warfare, heading straight for the restricted archives at the back, the iron-caged shelves that hold the texts predating the Great War. I find the volume I need, the heresies of the First Age. The leather binding is cracked, the pages yellowed and brittle. I carry it to a reading table and light a single candle. I turn the pages with careful fingers. Here are the accounts of the Vraken, the winged horrors that drove us from the surface. Here are the first mentions of the gargoyles. And here, Purna. The illustration is faded, a woodcut of a human woman surrounded by a halo of chaotic lines. The text is written in Old Elvish, complex and archaic, born of human blood but touched by the raw ether. They are not conduits, they are sources. Their magic is not a gift of the 13, but a theft of the natural order. I read on, my eyes scanning the descriptions of their powers. Elemental manipulation, shape-shifting, healing. Nothing about silence. Nothing about empathy weaponized as a poison against chaos. I turn the page. There are rare accounts, the text reads, of Purna whose power manifests not as an outward force, but as an internal gravity. They do not cast spells. They rewrite the emotional reality of those around them. These are the most dangerous. They do not fight the darkness. They absorb it. I stare at the words. Absorb it. Is that what she is doing? Is she drinking the chaos from my blood? If so, she is not just a threat. She is an existential abomination. If she continues to absorb the Serpent's influence, she will eventually sever the bond entirely. She will make me mortal. The text offers a solution. The only cure for a soul infected by a Purna is the purification of the vessel. The heart must be excised and burned in the fire of the patron deity. Kill her. The instruction is clear. It is logical. It is necessary. If I kill her, the silence ends. The Serpent returns. My power returns. I can crush Malik, secure my legacy, and rule Leondor as I was meant to. I look at the candle flame. I imagine the noise returning, the screaming, the grinding pressure, the madness that nibbles at the edges of my sanity every hour of every day. I imagine going back to that. My hand trembles. I close the book. The heavy thud echoes in the empty library. I stand up, picking up the heavy volume. I walk to the large hearth where a fire burns low. I should kill her. It's the only way to save my life as a lord. But the thought of the noise returning makes my breath hitch. The thought of losing the quiet, of losing the strange, steadying presence of the girl sleeping in my bed. It feels like stepping off a ledge into a void. I cannot go back. I am already ruined. I am a drug addict staring at his last fix, knowing it will kill him and unable to walk away. I toss the book into the fire. The dry paper catches instantly. The flames curl around the leather, turning the ancient knowledge into ash. I watch the face of the woodcut woman blacken and crumble. My lord. I spin around. Asima stands in the doorway of the library. She is fully armored, her helmet tucked under her arm. Her face is unreadable, a mask of stone, but her eyes are sharp. She looks from the burning book to me. Captain, I say. My voice is steady, but my heart hammers a traitorous rhythm. You're up early. I did not sleep well, she says. She steps into the room, the metal of her greaves scraping against the stone. She stops a respectful distance away, but her posture is not submissive. It is alert. The estate is restless, she continues. The shadows are thin. She is Mew. She does not have magic, but she has instincts honed on 100 battlefields. She can sense that the heavy, oppressive atmosphere of my power is gone. Is there a report, Asima? I ask, stepping away from the fire, placing my body between her and the evidence of my heresy. Rena found the door to your chambers locked, Asima says. She could not enter to clean or bring the morning meal. I did not wish to be disturbed. Asima's gaze flicks to my hand, to the dull, lifeless ring. Lord Malik has sent a messenger, she says quietly. He requests a tour of the southern fortifications tomorrow. He says he wishes to admire your defenses. It is a trap. He wants to see if I can ward the walls, to see if I am truly powerless. Tell him I accept, I say. Whatever game he is playing, I will finish it. Asima nods, but she does not leave. She looks at me, really looks at me, in a way a subordinate never should. My lord, she whispers, her voice dropping. The Serpent sees all. It is a warning, a common phrase usually meant to invoke fear in slaves, but from her, it sounds like an accusation. She knows. She knows I am compromised. She knows I am hiding something in my bed and burning books in my library. The Serpent sees what I allow him to see, I lie, putting a cold arrogance into my voice that I do not feel. Dismissed, Captain. Asima holds my gaze for a heartbeat longer than is safe. Then she bows, stiffly, mechanically, and turns on her heel. I watch her go. The warning hangs in the air, heavier than the smoke from the fire. My household knows. My enemy knows. And I am standing here, unarmed, protecting the very thing that is destroying me.
Chapter 10. Leora. The lock on the bedroom door clicks open, but it is not the smooth, practiced sound of the key turning. It is jarring, hasty, as if the hand holding it is shaking. I am sitting by the hearth, my knees pulled to my chest, staring into the dying embers. The room is cold. The heavy velvet drapes are drawn tight against the morning light, trapping the shadows inside. I have been waiting for hours, listening to the silence of the estate, trying to decipher the shifting currents of emotion bleeding through the walls. Imaz enters. He looks as if he has been fighting a war in his own mind and losing. His platinum hair is loose, wild around his face, and his skin has a grey, sickly pallor that makes the sharp angles of his cheekbones look like blades. He has discarded the simple tunic he wore earlier. He is bare-chested, wearing only loose black breeches, his feet bare on the stone floor. He shuts the door and leans his forehead against the wood for a long moment, breathing hard. I stand up slowly, pressing my back against the mantel. The energy in the room changes instantly. The calm I have been carefully maintaining fractures under the sheer weight of his distress. It slams into me like a physical wave, a tangled, screaming knot of panic, longing, and a terrifying hollow emptiness. It feels like standing on the edge of a sinkhole that is widening by the second. "My lord," I whisper. He spins around. His eyes are wide, the violet irises burning with a feverish light. He stares at me, but it feels like he is looking through me, searching for something invisible. "Do it again," he rasps. He stalks toward me, his movements jerky and uncoordinated. He stops 3 paces away, raking a hand through his hair. "Do what?" I ask, my voice trembling. "What is going on? Did something happen?" "The silence!" he shouts, the sound cracking in the room. "Bring it back! Make it absolute!" He paces away toward the window, then spins back. He is manic. "The noise is gone," he mutters, speaking more to himself than to me. But the connection, the thread, it's still there, dangling, empty. It's worse than the screaming. It's a phantom limb itch I can't scratch. He grips the back of a chair, his knuckles turning white. I feel him, Leora. I feel the serpent waiting in the dark, watching me starve. But I can't hear him. I can't feel the power. He looks at his hands, turning them over as if they belong to a stranger. "I am hollow," he whispers. "I am nothing." "You are not nothing," I say, stepping away from the hearth. "You are just quiet. Quiet is death." He lunges, crossing the distance between us in a blink. He grabs my shoulders, his fingers digging into my flesh. His skin is freezing, burning with that unnatural cold. "Teach me," he demands, shaking me slightly. "Show me how you do it. Show me how you consume the chaos." "I don't know how," I cry, wincing as his grip tightens. "It just happens. It's not a spell, it's just me." "Liar!" He leans down, his face inches from mine. I can smell the stale wine on his breath. "You are Purna. You are a witch. You rewrite reality with a thought. Teach me the mechanism. If I can learn it, if I can replicate it, I can control it. I can filter the noise without losing the power. I can have both." He is desperate. He seems terrified. He is a man who has built his entire identity on being a vessel for a god, and now that the vessel is sealed, he is crumbling. "I can't teach you empathy," I say, my voice remaining steady despite the fear hammering in my chest. "I can't teach you how to feel." "I feel too much," he roars. "I feel everything. I feel your fear. I feel your pity. I feel the rotting wood of this house, and the damp in the stone, and the ambition of every traitor in this city pressing against my skull." He releases my shoulders only to cut my face, his hands hard and desperate. He forces my head up, staring into my eyes. "Look at me," he commands. "Do it. Push it into me. Fill the void." I try to pull away, but he holds me fast. I look into his eyes, and the connection snaps into place with the violence of a thunderclap. The feedback loop is instantaneous. I feel his terror, sharp and metallic. I feel his confusion, a swirling grey fog. But beneath it all, buried under centuries of ice and cruelty, I feel a hunger. It isn't a hunger for magic. It isn't a hunger for pain. It is a hunger for connection. He is lonely. He is so profoundly, agonizingly lonely that it makes my chest ache. He has lived his life in a crowded room of screaming voices, never once hearing his own name spoken with kindness. And now he sees me. He sees the only living thing that has ever touched his mind without trying to break it. The realization hits him at the same moment it hits me. His expression changes. The panic bleeds out, replaced by a sudden, intense focus. His gaze drops down to my mouth. "You," he breathes. The air turns heavy, charged with static. My pupils dilate, the Purna blackness swallowing the blue as my magic rises to meet his need. But this time, I don't push calm. I push heat. I push the sudden, shocking realization that I am not just a tool to him. I am the only thing that is real. "Leora," he groans. He kisses me. It is not a gentle kiss. It is an explosion. It is a desperate, starving thing. His mouth is hard on mine, his teeth grazing my lip. He tastes of despair and dark wine. I should fight him. I should push him away. He is a monster. He is my captor. But the emptiness in him calls to the fullness in me. My hands rise of their own accord, tangling in his long platinum hair. I pull him closer, deepening the kiss, opening to him. A groan tears from his throat, a raw, animal sound. His arms wrap around me, crushing me against his bare chest. His skin is cold, but where we touch, there is fire. He lifts me, his strength effortless. I wrap my legs around his waist, instinctively seeking more friction, more contact. The magic flares between us, violet sparks dancing in the air, shadows curling around our bodies like possessive lovers. He pulls back for a breath, his forehead resting against mine. His eyes are black holes, devoured by lust and confusion. "I hate you," he whispers, his voice wrecked. "I hate what you do to me." "I know," I whisper back. He kisses me again, harder this time, a punishment and a prayer. He carries me to the bed. He doesn't lay me down. He throws me. I land on the velvet mattress, bouncing slightly. Before I can scramble back, he is over me, a looming shadow of muscle and intent. He pins my wrists above my head with one hand, his body pressing me down into the soft bedding. "You took my god," he snarls against my neck, his teeth scraping the sensitive skin there. "So now, I will take you."
Chapter 11. Lord Ichmas. I am a creature of structure, of hierarchy, of control. But as I press Leora into the velvet mattress, pinning her wrists above her head with a single hand, I am none of those things. I am a starving animal that has finally caught the thing it has been chasing in the dark. She gasps, her chest heaving against mine, her nipples hardening against the bare skin of my chest. Her skin is flushed, damp with the sweat of fear and the heat of the storm raging between us. I look down at her, drinking in the sight of her surrender. Her Purna eyes are wide, the blackness swirling, swallowing the sapphire, reflecting my own desperate, ravaged face back at me. Sorry for the interruption. I know you were gearing up for a steamy scene, but it's way too hot for this platform.
If we want to keep sharing our stories for free, we have to abide by this platform's guidelines.
To get the full unabridged audiobook, go to worldsofprotheka.com.
Browse through unabridged audiobooks, countless ebooks and bundles offered at a discount.
If the thought of me whispering all the dirty details into your ear isn't enticing enough, use discount code YouTube30 to get 30% off of all digital products.
Story after story, audiobook after audiobook, the worlds of Protheka are waiting for you.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
But unabridged, it's unforgettable.
Slowly, the world knits itself back together. The gray light of the room returns. The scent of sex hangs heavy in the air. I lie there, my face buried in her hair, feeling the steady thumping beat of her heart against my chest. And I realize what I have done. I didn't take her, I didn't break her. I surrendered. The realization is a bucket of ice water. I scramble backward, rolling away from her as if she is burning. I land on the edge of the bed, my feet hitting the cold floor. I stagger, bracing my hand against the bedpost, my chest heaving. I stare at her. She lies amidst the ruined sheets, her skin flushed, her lips swollen, the mark of my teeth stark and red against her pale neck. Her limbs are sprawled in the abandon of total exhaustion. Her eyes are slowly turning back to blue, the Purna blackness receding like a tide. She looks wrecked. She looks beautiful. I look down at my hands. They are trembling. The obsidian ring is silent. The serpent is gone. And in his place, there is a warm, terrifying glow of satisfaction that really has nothing to do with power and everything to do with connection. I enjoyed it. I enjoyed the connection more than the control. I wanted her to hold me more than I wanted to own her. Horror, cold and absolute, rises in my gorge. I've not just failed my God. I've failed myself. I've let the enemy in, and I've let her rewrite the very architecture of my soul. I'm compromised. I'm weak. Get out, I whisper, my voice shaking. She blinks, confused, propping herself up on her elbows. She reaches for me, her hand trembling. My lord? I flinch from her touch. Get out, I scream, grabbing the shredded remains of her gown and throwing them at her. Get out of my sight before I kill you!
Chapter 12. Leora. I wake to the colour grey and the sound of my own shallow breathing. I am not in the vast, velvet-draped bed where the world ended and began again. I am curled on the rug before the cold hearth in the guest room Ichmas locked me in weeks ago. The memory of my exit is a blur of humiliation and terror. I remember the sound of his voice cracking as he screamed, "Get out!" I remember clutching the shredded remains of the midnight blue silk to my chest, stumbling out into the corridor, my bare feet slapping against the freezing stone as I fled the predator who had just come undone in my arms. I sit up, the movement pulling at the deep ache in my muscles. My body feels heavy, rewritten. There are bruises blooming on my wrists where his fingers anchored me, dark violet marks that look like ink stains against my pale skin. My neck throbs with a dull, rhythmic sting where his teeth broke the surface. I touch the mark. He drank from me. Not blood, but feeling. I shiver, pulling the spare wool blanket tighter around my shoulders. I should be traumatized. I should be weeping. A Kuzuth lord used me to silence his demons. But I am not weeping. I feel settled. For the first time since I was dragged to the auction block, the frantic, buzzing anxiety in my chest is gone. The connection between us is still there, a dormant thread in the back of my mind, but it is quiet, because he is gone. I know it with a certainty that is unrelated to logic. The estate feels empty. The heavy, pressurized atmosphere that usually surrounds House Ichmas has lifted, leaving behind a hollow vacuum. I stand up. My legs are shaky, but they hold. I find a simple grey tunic in the wardrobe, servant's clothes, and dress quickly, hiding the bruises, though I cannot hide the mark on my neck. I walk to the door. I expect it to be locked. I expect to be a prisoner again. The handle turns. The door swings open. He didn't lock me in. He didn't care enough to secure the cage, or perhaps he was too broken to remember. I step out into the corridor. The silence of the house is unnerving. It is the stunned quiet of a place that has weathered an earthquake and is waiting for the aftershocks. I walk barefoot down the hall. A servant, a young elf with terrified eyes, rounds the corner carrying a basket of linens. She stops dead when she sees me. Her gaze drops to the mark on my neck, then snaps back to my face. She does not order me back to my room. She flattens herself against the wall, bowing her head so low her forehead touches the stone. She is afraid of me, because I survived the Lord of Pain, and I am walking free. I continue moving. I need to know where he went. I need to know what happens next. I reach the landing of the main staircase. Below, in the foyer, Asema stands guard. She is not wearing her helmet. Her face is a map of old violence, scarred and harsh, her eyes the colour of flint. She is sharpening a dagger, the rhythmic shk-shk of the whetstone the only sound in the cavernous space. She looks up as I descend. Her hands pause. I watch them instantly, the way her fingers tighten on the hilt. She is a coiled spring. "You are awake," she says. Her voice is gravel, devoid of the mockery she used when I first arrived. "Where is he?" I ask. My voice is raspy. "Gone," Asama says. She slides the dagger into the sheath at her hip. "He took the black stallion. He rode for the city gates before the first bell." "He left you behind?" Asema's jaw tightens. "He left me to guard the estate, to guard you." I reach the bottom step. I am eye level with her now. She towers over me, armoured and lethal, yet she does not move to stop me. "Am I a prisoner, Captain?" I ask softly. Asema looks at me. She looks at the faint bruising on my jaw, the wildness of my hair. A flicker of something unreadable crosses her face. Confusion, perhaps, or a grudging respect for a creature that walked into the fire and didn't burn. "He gave no orders to lock you in," she says slowly. "He gave no orders at all. He simply left." "Then I am going to the library." I step toward her. It is a gamble. Asema does not move. She stands like a statue of iron and duty. But as I pass her, I feel the tension radiating off her. Not aggression, but uncertainty. The hierarchy of this house has shattered. The master has fled and the slave is walking the halls like a ghost. "Be careful, human," Asema murmurs as I pass. "The library is where he keeps his secrets." I do not look back. The library is freezing. The fire in the great hearth has died down to a pile of grey ash, the heat long gone. The room smells of stale smoke and the charred remains of leather. I walk to the fireplace. The book he threw into the flames last night, before he dragged me to his bed, is destroyed. The pages are delicate, black flakes that crumble at a breath. But the spine was thick, bound in dragon hide. I kneel on the hearthstone, ignoring the soot staining my knees. I reach into the cold ash. My fingers brush against something hard. I pull it out. It is a fragment of the cover, miraculously preserved in the middle of the burn pile. The leather is scorched, curling at the edges, but the deep gold leaf embossing is still visible. It is written in the sharp, angular script of the High Elves, of the Purna. I trace the word with my thumb. Purna. The word sends a jolt through me, sharp and vibrating, like striking a tuning fork against my ribs. It is not just a name. It is a memory I do not possess, a bell ringing in the deep waters of my blood. Purna. The witches. The anomalies. The women who could touch the minds of gods. I look at the charred scrap. Below the title, a fragment of text remains legible. Not a gift, but a theft. They do not channel, they become. I squeeze the leather until it bites into my palm. He is aware of who I am, even if I do not. That is why he looked at me with such horror in the study. That is why he hated himself for touching me. He absolutely knows what I am, and he knows that by dark elf law, I should be ash in this grate. But he kept me. The idea is a heady, dangerous wine. He is protecting me, not out of kindness, but out of addiction. Boom. The heavy silence of the library is shattered. The doors to the estate, 3 rooms away, bang open with a force that vibrates through the floorboards. A gust of wind sweeps through the house, carrying a scent that makes my stomach turn. It smells like the air after a lightning strike hits a vein of iron, acrid, metallic and burning. It smells of sulphur and old blood. Heavy, staggering footsteps echo on the stone. I leap to my feet, clutching the scrap of leather to my chest. Ichmaz appears in the doorway of the library. He looks like a corpse that has been dragged through a battlefield. His clothes are soaked, mud splattered up to his thighs. His platinum hair is plastered to his skull. His skin is the colour of parchment, translucent and grey, but it is his eyes that freeze the breath in my throat. They are not violet. They are dull, washed out, rimmed in red. He looks at me, and there is no recognition in his gaze, only a blind, terrified desperation. He stumbles into the room, one hand gripping the doorframe to keep from falling. He reeks of dark magic, not the potent, controlled chaos he usually wields, but something raw and festering. He has done something terrible. "Leora," he croaks. His voice is a ruin. He takes a step toward me and collapses.
Chapter 13. Lord Imas. Consciousness returns like a drowning man breaking the surface of a frozen lake, gasping, violent and painfully cold. I'm lying on the stone floor of my library. The fire is dead. The room smells of ancient dust and the sharp, coppery tang of fresh blood. A hand touches my forehead. It is small, warm, and terrifyingly gentle. I recoil. My body reacts before my mind can catch up. I scramble backward, my boots scraping against the flagstones, until my spine hits the leg of a heavy reading table. I gasp, the air sawing in and out of my lungs, tasting of sulfur and my own bile. "My lord," Leora whispers. She is kneeling where I fell, her hands hovering in the air, uncertain. Her eyes, those damnable sapphire eyes, are wide with concern. Not fear. Concern. It makes me sick. A wave of nausea rolls through my gut, hot and oily. I am a Kuzuth lord. I am the master of this house, and I am cowering on the floor like a beaten dog before a human slave. "Do not touch me," I snarl. My voice is a ruin, cracked and bleeding. "Do not ever touch me with those hands." She flinches, withdrawing her hands to her chest. She clutches a scrap of charred leather, the remains of the book I burned. She knows. "You're bleeding," she says softly. I look down at myself. My tunic is stiff with it. Dark, drying stains map a geography of violence across my chest and sleeves. My hands are coated in crimson, the substance tacky between my fingers. It is not my blood. I stare at the red smear on my palm, and the memory of the last hour crashes into me with the force of a falling portcullis. The temple. I close my eyes, but the darkness behind my eyelids offers no sanctuary. It only brings the image of the high priest's face into sharper focus. The memory rises, dragging me back. I remember riding the black stallion through the weeping streets of Leondor, driving the beast until its flanks lathered with foam. I didn't go to the main temple of the 13 in the city center. I went deeper. I went to the Undercity, to the hidden shrine carved into the bedrock beneath the sewers, where the air is ripe with the scent of cloying incense and rotting offerings, the sanctuary of the true believers. I remember staggering into the nave. The shadows there were alive, twisting with a sentience that usually comforted me. Today they recoiled. They hissed at me, sensing the void where my connection to the Serpent used to be. High Priest Varen was waiting by the obsidian altar. He is a creature of parchment skin and spider-thin limbs, his eyes milk-white with blindness, seeing only the ether. "Lord Ichmas," he rasped, his voice sounding like dry leaves skittering on stone. "You smell of emptiness." I did not kneel. I could not. I marched to the altar and slammed my hand down on the cold stone. "Fix it," I demanded. I showed him the ring. The obsidian band, once a conduit that hummed with the chaotic song of the universe, was dead. It was just a rock, a piece of jewelry for a corpse. Varen reached out, his skeletal fingers tracing the carving of the serpent. He did not touch my skin. He pulled his hand back as if I were contagious. "The god is silent in you," Varen murmured. He tilted his head, sniffing the air. "But he is not gone. He is repulsed." "Repulsed by what?" I demanded, though the sickness in my gut told me I already knew the answer. "There is a scent on you, Imas. It is not perfume. It is not magic as we know it. Varen turned his blind face toward me. It smells of order, of stasis. It smells of the ancient enemy. He walked around the altar, his movements fluid and unnerving. You harbor a Purna. The word hung in the damp air, heavy and lethal. She is a slave, I lied, my voice tight. A tool I am dissecting. A tool does not sever the hand that wields it, Varen hissed. She is anathema. Her very existence is an insult to the chaos. She projects a poison that calcifies the spirit. She is turning your soul to stone, Imas. She is cutting the throat of your god. He stopped in front of me. You came to be fixed. There is only one cure for gangrene. You cut it out. He reached into the folds of his robes and withdrew a dagger. It was not a weapon for combat. It was a ritual blade, curved and serrated, its handle wrapped in human skin. The metal was dark, drinking the meager light of the torches. The new moon approaches, Varen said. The rite of the blackened heart. You wish to ascend? You wish to crush Lord Malik? He held the dagger out to me, handle first. Bring me her heart, Varen commanded. Place it on this altar while it is still warm. Let the serpent taste the death of the anomaly. Only blood of the Purna can wash the stain of her influence from your veins. Do this, and your power will return tenfold. You will be a vessel of such ruin that Malik will crumble before you. I stared at the blade. It was the answer. It was the salvation of my house, my legacy, my life. All I had to do was kill the girl who made the screaming stop. And if I do not? I asked quietly. Varen sneered. Then you are diafam. You are meat. And I will send the temple guard to tear your estate apart until we find the witch and burn her ourselves. Burn her. The image flashed in my mind. Leora, bound to a stake, the fire consuming the fragile line of her throat, the sapphire eyes turning black with agony. Something in my chest fractured. It wasn't a thought. It wasn't a decision. It was a reflex as involuntary as breathing. I took the dagger. I will not be defam, I whispered. Varen smiled, a horrific stretching of thin lips. Good. The serpent loves a... I didn't let him finish. I didn't use magic. I didn't have any. I used the brute, physical strength of a warrior who has forgotten how to be civilized. I drove the serrated blade up, under his ribs, punching through the frail cage of his bones, and into the black, shriveled organ of his heart. Varen gasped, a wet, choking sound. His blind eyes widened. He grabbed my shoulders, his nails digging in, but he was frail. He was a creature of magic, and without time to cast, he was nothing. I twisted the blade. She is mine, I snarled into his face as the life bled out of him. She is mine to keep or mine to kill. But no one else touches her. I shoved him away. He collapsed against the altar, sliding down to the floor, a heap of bloody robes. I stood there panting, the dagger dripping in my hand. The silence in the temple was absolute. The shadows in the corners writhed, agitated, confused by the bloodshed of their own priest. I had killed a high priest. I had defiled a holy sanctuary. I looked at the dead man. I felt no remorse. I felt only a terrifying, cold clarity. I grabbed the hem of his robe and wiped the blade clean, then shoved it into my sleeve. I turned and ran, the smell of his blood clinging to me like a second skin. My lord. Leora's voice pulls me back to the library. I blink, the gray light of the room washing away the memory of the temple's gloom. But the blood is still on my hands. The dagger is still heavy against my forearm, hidden beneath the ruined velvet of my sleeve. I look at her. She is watching me with that maddening, penetrating gaze. Her pupils are blown wide again, sensing the turmoil rolling off me. But she does not understand the source. She sees the blood, and she might assume I have been in a duel, perhaps a skirmish on the road. She steps closer, ignoring my command to stay back. You're hurt, she whispers, her hand hovering over the dark stains on my tunic. Let me... Do not, I rasp. I push myself up, using the table for leverage. My legs feel like lead. I am physically exhausted, spiritually hollowed out. But the blood! It is not mine, I snap. I stand fully, towering over her. I want to intimidate her. I want to see her cower so I can remember what it feels like to be powerful. But she doesn't cower. She looks at the red smear on my hands, and then she looks at my face. And the empathy hits me. It isn't a wave this time. It is a slow, seeping warmth. She isn't trying to calm me. She's trying to comfort me. She feels the horror radiating off me, the jagged edges of my self-loathing. And instead of recoiling, she offers a silent, terrifying grace. Stop it, I think, squeezing my eyes shut. Stop looking at me like I am worth saving. If she knew whose blood this was, if she knew I had just butchered a high priest on his own altar to keep him from hunting her, she would not be looking at me with concern. She would be running. What happened? She asks, her voice trembling. Where did you go? I went to see a man about a cure, I lie, the words tasting like ash. It seems the price was higher than I anticipated. I walk around the table, putting distance between us. I cannot be near her. The gravity of her presence is too strong. Every second I spend in her orbit, I feel the resolve I forged in the temple disintegrating. The silence in my head is absolute now. It is not just her influence dampening the noise. It is abandonment. The serpent has turned his face away. I am alone in the dark. The rite of the blackened heart, I mutter, staring at the empty hearth where I burn the book. The new moon. What is that? She asks. I turn to look at her. She stands amidst the ashes, small and pale and infinitely dangerous. She has no idea that she is the centerpiece of the ritual. She has no idea that Varen's dying breath was a demand for her heart. It is a doorway, I say cryptically, or an execution. I slip my hand into my sleeve. My fingers close around the hilt of the ceremonial dagger. The handle, wrapped in human skin, feels warm against my palm. It hums with a dark, hungry resonance, urging me to finish what Varen started. Cut it out. The memory of the priest hisses in my mind. Wash the stain from your veins. I could do it. I could do it right here, in the quiet of the library. I could drive this blade into her chest and end the silence. I could offer her death to the serpent as an apology for my heresy. It is the only logical path. It is the singular way to restore my magic before Malik strikes. I step toward her. Leora watches me. She sees the shift in my posture, the sudden stillness that overtakes me. She sees the way my hand lingers in my sleeve. Her eyes dart to the hidden weapon, sensing the metal even if she cannot see it. For a second, the empathy falters, replaced by a sharp spike of instinctual fear. Good. She should be afraid. She does not run, though. She stands her ground, lifting her chin, exposing the bruised column of her throat where I marked her. Imas, she says softly. She uses my name, not my title. The sound of it goes through me like a spear. It anchors me to the floor. It shatters the resolve I was trying to build. I stop. I grip the dagger so tight my hand shakes. I am a monster. I am a killer. I should end this now, but I cannot make my arm move. I stare at her, hating her, needing her, the dagger heavy and useless in my sleeve. The new moon is in 3 days, I whisper. I do not tell her that she is the sacrifice. I do not tell her that I am holding the knife that is meant to carve out her heart. I simply look at her, trapped in the silence she created, knowing that I have burned the world down for her, and terrified that it still won't be enough to save us.
From the depths of the darkness of Protheka,
Or clawing up from the realms of fantasy,
come the most fearsome beasts you have ever seen.
these monsters are done watching from the shadows.
Now, as they step into the light, something unexpected grips them.
Something even they can't fight off.
Love,
Vampires,
demons,
dark elves,
gods,
minotaurs, creatures of light and dark.
They will protect their mates.
Do whatever needs to be done.
Morally grey heroes who will burn the world to protect the women who love them.
10 audiobooks.
Fall into over 60 hours of fantasy romance.
20 ebooks.
Over 1 million words of these brutes who will protect their women.
Even if they might destroy themselves in the process.
Get the immersive Protheka fantasy romance bundle.
For 80% off, right now, dive into Protheka at a once-in-a-lifetime discount.
The first bundle to offer both ebooks and audiobooks on worldsofprotheka.com. Protheka's magic is eternal, and this Romantasy bundle will make it endless. Chapter 14. Leora. 3 days. 3 days of silence that is not peaceful, but pressurized. The estate feels like a bell jar with the air slowly being pumped out. I stand before the mirror in the guest room, staring at the stranger looking back at me. The white ceremonial robes are exquisite, heavy silk embroidered with silver thread that catches the meagre light like trapped starlight. They are beautiful. They are a shroud. I touch the fabric at my collarbone. It is soft, a sharp contrast to the rough wool I wore as a slave or the shredded velvet I fled in. Ema sent these robes an hour ago with a single instruction: prepare. He has not spoken to me since the library. He has moved through the house like a wraith, a dark blur at the end of a corridor, a shadow passing a doorway. When our paths crossed, he would look at me with eyes so full of torment it made my breath hitch, and then he would turn away, his jaw locked tight enough to crack bone. He is terrified. I can feel it. The connection between us is a taut wire humming with his dread. It isn't the fear of a man facing an enemy. It is the fear of a man facing himself. A knock on the door echoes through the room. "Enter," I whisper. Asema opens the door. She is in full armour, her helmet under her arm, her face grim. She looks at the white robes, and a muscle feathers in her cheek. "It is time," she says. She does not say, "My lord requires you." She does not say, "Come," just, "It is time." I nod. I do not ask where we are going. I know. The pull in my gut is leading me down, deep into the bedrock beneath the estate. We walk in silence. The corridors of Leondor are cold, weeping condensation that smells of ancient stone and damp earth. We descend the main staircase, then a narrower spiral stair that twists into the dark like a drill. The air grows heavy. The scent of cloying incense, lilies and rot, wafts up from the depths, thick enough to taste. My stomach turns, a slow, sickly revolution. We reach the bottom. A heavy iron door stands ajar, revealing a chamber lit by the sputtering violet flames of braziers. Ichmaz is waiting. He stands before the black altar, his back to us. He is dressed in ceremonial robes of charcoal and crimson, the colours of House Imaz, but he looks diminished. The grandeur of his attire hangs on him heavily. He is leaning against the stone, his head bowed, his hands gripping the edge of the altar so tightly his knuckles are white. He senses me. He stiffens, his spine snapping straight, but he does not turn. "Leave us, Captain," he says. His voice is flat, dead. Asema does not move. She steps into the room, placing herself between me and the altar. "My lord," she says, her voice rough. This is not the way." Imas turns slowly. His face is a mask of stone, devoid of emotion, but his eyes are burning. "You question me, Asema." "I question the cost," she says, her hand drifting toward her sword hilt, not to draw it, but to ground herself. The household knows, the city knows, but what they do not know, I do. If you do this, if you spill her blood on that stone, there is no going back. You will be declaring war on your own soul. "My soul is already forfeit," Ichmas says. He steps away from the altar, moving toward us. The shadows seem to cling to him, reluctant to let him go. The serpent demands a price. I am simply paying the bill. At the cost of your sanity, Asema argues. You are not the same dark elf you were a month ago. You are stronger, sharper. Malik fears you now more than he ever did when you had magic. Do not throw that away for a dead god. Imas stops. He looks at Asema, and for a second, the mask slips. I see the raw, bleeding panic underneath. And when Malik comes knocking, he asks, his voice barely a whisper, when he brings his sorcerers and his beasts, what will I fight him with, Captain? Words? Strategy? He laughs, a bitter, broken sound. I need the fire. I need the chaos. You have her, Asema says, tilting her head toward me. She is the poison! Imas roars, his composure shattering. She is the reason I am empty. She is the reason I am standing here, debating with a servant instead of ruling my city. He raises his hand. Even without magic, the gesture is terrifying. Leave, Asema, or I will kill you where you stand. I will take your sword and open your throat myself. Asema looks at him. Then she looks at me. There is an apology in her eyes. I take a deep breath. I do not understand entirely what is about to happen, or what they are talking about, but I feel the danger, the rot, and the looming death. As you command, my lord, she whispers. She turns and walks out, the heavy door groaning as she closes it, leaving us alone in the suffocating dark. I look at Ichmas. He is breathing hard, his chest heaving beneath the heavy robes. Come here, he says. I step forward. My legs feel heavy, as if I am walking through water. I stop before the altar. The stone is cold, stained with layers of old, dark blood. He looks at me. He takes in the white silk, the way it pools around my feet. You look... He stops, swallowing hard. You look like a bride. Or a sacrifice, I say softly. He flinches. He reaches out and takes my hand. His skin is freezing, burning with that unnatural cold. He leads me to the altar. Get up, he commands. I climb onto the stone slab. It is hard and unforgiving against my back. I lie down, staring up at the vaulted ceiling lost in shadow. He leans over me. He smells of terror. He reaches for the leather straps attached to the stone. He buckles my wrists, then my ankles. He does not tighten them enough to hurt, but enough to hold. I am bound. He steps back. He reaches into his sleeve and withdraws the dagger, the curved, serrated blade with the handle wrapped in human skin. The metal drinks the light. He stands over me, the knife raised. I look at his face. I should be screaming. I should be begging. Every instinct I have screams at me to fight, to thrash, to unleash the Purna light and burn him to ash. But I don't. I look into his violet eyes, and I see the truth. He is crying. Tears are tracking silently down his cheeks, cutting through the deep charcoal of his skin. He is shaking so violently the dagger vibrates in his hand. I feel him. I feel the crushing, monolithic weight of his sadness. It isn't just grief for what he is about to do. It is grief for the man he wanted to be. He wanted to be strong for me. He wanted to keep me. But he believes this is the only way to survive, and he hates himself for it more than I ever could. He is not a monster enjoying a kill. He is a man cutting off his own limb to survive a trap. I'm sorry, he whispers. The words are choked, barely audible. I'm so sorry. He raises the dagger higher, positioning the point over my heart. Do it, I whisper. He freezes. He stares down at me, his eyes wide and wrecked. Do it, Imas, I say steadily. If this is what you need, if this is the only way you can be whole, then do it. I do not offer him forgiveness. I offer him understanding. I offer him the terrifying grace of being seen, truly seen in his darkest moment. I offer him the permission to survive, even if the cost is me. His jaw locks. The muscles in his neck stand out like cords of steel as he fights the tremble in his own arm. He does not drop the weapon. He does not turn away. Instead, he inhales a breath that sounds like a death rattle. He tightens his grip on the handle until the human skin wrapping the hilt creaks. "Forgive me," he whispers. He raises the dagger higher. The serrated edge catches the violet light of the braziers, gleaming with a dark, hungry anticipation. He steels himself, his expression hardening into a mask of tragic, lethal resolve. He is going to do it. I close my eyes. I do not struggle against the straps. I simply breathe out, pushing one last wave of warmth into the mind of the man who is about to kill me, and I wait for the steel.
Chapter 15. Lord Imas. The dagger in my hand is not just steel. It is a conduit. It is a question. The serrated edge, slick with the memory of Varen's blood, hovers over the fragile cage of Leora's ribs. I can see the frantic, bird-like flutter of her heart beneath the pale skin. One strike, one downward thrust, and the silence will shatter. The serpent will flood back into my veins, a roaring river of chaos that will drown out the ache, the weakness, the terrifying humanity that has taken root in my chest. "Strike," the serpent whispers. The voice is not distant anymore. It is right behind my ear, a lover's murmur, wet and seductive. "Strike, and become a god. Strike, and I will give you the world." My hand trembles, not with fear, but with the sheer, agonizing force of the war being fought in my muscles. Every instinct I've honed for 500 years screams at me to finish it. My duty as a Kuzuth lord demands it. My ambition demands it. My survival demands it. But my soul is screaming no. I look down at her. Leora is bound, helpless, stretched out on the altar like an offering to a hunger she cannot comprehend. Her eyes are open. The sapphire blue is clear, unclouded by the Purna blackness. She is not fighting. She is not begging. She is seeing me. And through the connection that binds us, she pushes something into my mind. It isn't forgiveness. Forgiveness is cheap. It implies I have done something wrong that can be absolved. This is heavier. This is colder. It is understanding. It hits me like a sledgehammer to the chest, stealing the breath from my lungs. She understands why I brought her here. She understands the weight of the legacy crushing my spine. She understands that I am a creature made of knives, and that to ask me to be soft is to ask a fire not to burn. She accepts the monster. She accepts the blade. "Do it," her eyes say. "If this is what saves you, Imas, then do it." A sob tears from my throat, raw and ugly. "Why?" I gasp, the words scraping against my teeth. "Why do you not hate me? Why do you not scream?" "Because you are in pain," she whispers. Her voice is steady, a calm anchor in the storm of my disintegration, and I know what it is to be trapped. The empathy floods me. It is not the sweet, cloying warmth of before. It is a searing, white-hot light that illuminates every shadow in my soul. It burns away the excuses. It burns away the pride. It leaves me standing naked before the altar, a man holding a knife over the only thing in the universe that has ever looked at him without wanting something. I tighten my grip on the dagger. The leather of the hilt creaks. I want the power. I want the safety of my caste. I want to be the master of night, feared and untouchable. But I want her more. The realization is a catastrophe. It is the collapse of a mountain. I lower the blade an inch. The tip grazes the silk of her robe, right over her heart. "Kill her!" The serpent shrieks in my mind, a sound like tearing metal. "Kill her or rot!" "I can't," I whisper to the god I am betraying. I lift the dagger again. My arm shakes so violently the muscles spasm. I am fighting my own body, fighting the years of conditioning that tell me mercy is death. "Imas," Leora says softly. I look at her one last time. I memorize the curve of her jaw, the dark sweep of her lashes, the terrifying, beautiful acceptance in her eyes. I cannot unmake this. If I let her live, I am dead, and I choose death. With a roar of pure, agonizing defiance, I hurl the dagger. It flies from my hand, spinning through the dark air of the chamber. It strikes the far wall with a spark of flint and steel, clattering uselessly to the stone floor. The sound of its impact is the sound of my life ending. I collapse, my legs give way, and I fall against the altar, sliding down until I am kneeling beside her. The connection to the serpent snaps. It doesn't fade. It breaks. It is akin to an amputation, a severing of a limb I have used to walk my entire life. Pain explodes in my chest. I retch, my body convulsing as the last dregs of chaos magic are ripped from my blood. I weep. They are not the tears of a man. They are thick, red drops of blood leaking from my eyes, staining my cheeks like war paint. I am crying my soul out, emptying the vessel so that there is nothing left for the god to claim. "Imas," Leora whispers. She struggles against the straps, trying to reach me. I can't breathe. I can't think. I am hollow. I am defam. But I am here, and she is alive. I force myself to move. My hands are numb, clumsy blocks of ice. I reach for the buckles on her wrists. It takes an eternity to undo them. The leather is stiff, resisting my weak fingers. I fumble with the straps on her ankles. She sits up, rubbing her wrists. She reaches out, her hands framing my face, her thumbs wiping away the bloody tears. "You're alive," she says, her voice thick with wonder. "No," I rasp. "I am ruined." I look at her, really look at her, seeing her not as a slave or a sacrifice or a poison, but as the architect of my destruction and the only thing worth saving from the wreckage. "I am nothing," I whisper. Boom. The world shakes. Dust rains down from the vaulted ceiling. The stone floor beneath us lurches, throwing us against the altar. A sound like thunder rolls through the bedrock. Not the voice of a god, but the very real, very physical sound of an explosion rocking the foundations of the estate above. Malik is here.
Chapter 16. Leora. The sound of the world ending is akin to a grinding, tectonic roar that vibrates in the hollows of my teeth. Dust rains down from the vaulted ceiling, a grey snow of pulverized stone and ancient mortar. The black altar lurches, throwing us sideways. The force of the blast knocks me flat against the cold flagstones. "Imas!" I cry out, but the name is lost in the cacophony. He is on his knees beside me, his face streaked with the bloody tears of his grief. The explosion seems to shatter the trance of his despair. His head snaps up, violet eyes widening not with the calculated assessment of a lord, but with the raw animal panic of prey realizing the trap has sprung. Above us the darkness shifts. A groan of stressing metal echoes through the chamber, followed by a sharp cracking sound like a breaking spine. A massive section of the stone archway directly above us gives way. Imas moves. He does not summon a shield of shadow. He does not chant a word of power. The serpent is gone, and with him, the effortless protection of a god. Imas uses the only thing he has left. He throws his body over mine. It is a violent, clumsy collision. He slams into me, his weight crushing the air from my body, pressing me flat against the floor. His arms wrap around my head, burying my face in the heavy velvet of his ceremonial robes. Crash! The impact shakes the bedrock. I feel the floor shudder beneath us. A wave of debris hammers into Ichmaz's back. He grunts, a wet, guttural sound of pain that vibrates against my chest. Dust billows around us, choking and thick, tasting of sulphur and dry rot. For a heartbeat, there is only the ringing in my ears and the heavy, ragged sound of his breathing against my neck. He is heavy. Dead weight. "Imaz!" I wheeze, shoving at his chest. He pushes himself up. His movement is stiff, pained. He coughs, spitting red onto the black stone next to my head. I look at him. A jagged tear has opened in the shoulder of his robe. Beneath the ruined fabric, the charcoal skin is flayed open, weeping dark blood where a shard of granite sliced him. If he hadn't covered me, that stone would have crushed my skull. He doesn't look at the wound. He looks at the ceiling, his eyes scanning the gloom with frantic intensity. "Malik," he rasps. The name is a curse. He couldn't wait. He grabs my arm, his grip slick with his own blood but iron hard. "Get up," he says, his voice tight with a fear I have never heard from him. "We have to move. The wards are broken. The foundation is compromised." I scramble to my feet, my legs rubbery. The floor is littered with debris. The air is thick with a new scent, not just dust, but a sharp, acidic tang that burns the inside of my nose. "Warrior magic," Ichmas hisses, reading the scent. "He brought siege breakers." He drags me away from the altar, toward the heavy iron door. A second tremor rocks the chamber. "Look out!" He yanks me backward, spinning me against his chest, just as a heavy iron brazier tears loose from its chains. It crashes into the floor exactly where I had been standing a second ago, scattering burning coals across the flagstones. Sparks fly like angry hornets. I bury my face in his tunic, shaking. He holds me tight, one hand cupping the back of my head, pressing me into the safety of his body. Through the thin fabric, I can feel his heart. It is racing, a frantic, bird-like rhythm that betrays the icy mask of his face. And I feel him. The connection is wide open. The dam is gone. I feel his pain, the stinging fire in his shoulder, the bruising ache in his back. But beneath the agony, there is a terror so profound it nearly brings me to my knees. He is not afraid of dying. He is afraid of failing me. I cannot protect her. His mind screams, a silent, frantic litany. I am hollow. I am nothing. They will break her. He pulls back, holding me at arm's length. His eyes search mine, wild and desperate. "Listen to me," he commands, giving me a small shake. "My magic is gone. Do you understand? I cannot veil us. I cannot flay their minds. I am just a man with a target on his back." "I know," I whisper. "Malik is here to kill me," he says, the words rapid fire. "But he will want you. He saw you at the dinner. He knows you are the key. If he takes you..." A shudder rips through him. He serves the warrior. He does not dissect Leora. He conquers. He will use you until you are dust. He turns away from me, striding toward the far wall where a collection of ceremonial weapons hangs on display. He ignores the jeweled scepters and the ritual daggers. He reaches for a longsword, a heavy, brutal piece of steel with a simple leather grip. He pulls it from the rack. The metal sings, a sharp, clear note in the dusty air. It looks wrong in his hand. Ichmas is a creature of the ether, a weaver of shadows and pain. Seeing him hold a physical weapon is like seeing a bird trying to swim. It is desperate. It is unnatural. He tests the weight of it, grimacing as the movement pulls at his torn shoulder. He turns back to me. The sword hangs at his side, a heavy, useless bar of metal against the might of a sorcerer lord. "Stay behind me," he says. His voice is low, stripped of all arrogance. It is just a statement of fact. "Stay in my shadow. If I fall, if they cut me down..." He swallows hard, his throat working. He looks at the door, then back at me. The violet of his eyes is dim, the supernatural glow extinguished, leaving them dark and painfully human. "Run," he whispers. "Do not try to save me. Do not try to help. You run to the surface, you steal a horse and you ride for the Emberforge. The Emberforge is a place of equality. Go there. Do not look back." I stare at him. The air in my lungs turns to glass. He meant to kill me 5 minutes ago. He stood over me with a knife, weeping because he thought my death would buy back his soul. And now he is standing between me and an army, holding a piece of steel he barely knows how to use, preparing to die so I might live. Imas, I breathe. I reach out. I want to touch him. I want to push a wave of strength into him, to fill the hollow places where the serpent used to be. But before my fingers can graze his sleeve, the iron door at the top of the stairs explodes inward. It bursts. The heavy hinges shriek and snap, the metal buckling under a massive kinetic impact. Ichmar spins, shoving me behind him. He raises the sword, his stance wide, placing his body as a barrier between me and the threat. Dust billows into the room from the stairwell. A figure stumbles through the haze. It is not Malek, it is Asema. She crashes into the room, sliding on the smooth stone, catching herself on the wall. She is missing her helmet. Blood, bright red and copious, streams from a gash on her forehead, blinding one eye. Her armour is dented, the chest plate caved in as if struck by a giant's hammer. She looks at Ikmas, her good eye wide with panic. She is gasping for air, clutching her side. "My lord!" she wheezes, spitting blood. Ikmas lowers the sword an inch, but he does not relax. "Report." "The gate is breached," Asema chokes out, sliding down the wall until she is sitting in a pool of her own blood. "Malek, he didn't just bring soldiers. He bought the house guard." She looks up at Imas, her expression twisting into a rictus of despair. "They turned," she whispers. "Your own men. As soon as the wards fell, as soon as they felt your magic die, they opened the doors for him." A sound comes from the top of the stairs, the heavy rhythmic tramp of boots, dozens of them, and beneath the sound of marching feet, a low, buzzing hum that makes the teeth in my head ache. Magic. "They are coming," Asema rasps, trying to stand and failing. "And they are bringing the war beasts."
Chapter 17. Lord Ichmas. The sword in my hand is dead weight. Does not sing to me like the chaos once did. It is a crude bar of steel, indifferent to my will, demanding muscle and sweat where once a thought would have sufficed. I swing it anyway. The blade bites into the gap between a trader's helm and pauldron, severing the leather strap. Blood sprays, hot and startlingly bright against the grey stone of the corridor. The guard crumples, choking on his own life. I step over the body, my breath sawing in my lungs. My shoulder burns where the falling debris sliced me, a steady, throbbing reminder of my own mortality. Every parry jars my bones. Every block sends a shockwave of pain up my arm. "Move!" I rasp, grabbing Leora's wrist with my free hand. She stumbles after me, her face pale beneath the grime of the explosion. Asema brings up the rear, limping but lethal, her sword a blur of steel as she dispatches a guard who tries to flank us. We are fighting our way up from the belly of the estate, climbing toward the surface like sinners clawing their way out of hell. The air is choked with dust and the sounds of slaughter, the clash of metal, the screams of dying men, and the low, guttural roar of the war beasts tearing through the upper levels. I do not have time to think. I do not have time to mourn the loss of my god. I have only the immediate, brutal necessity of keeping the woman beside me alive. We reach the landing of the second level. The corridor ahead is narrow, lined with tapestries that are now burning, the flames licking at the ceiling. Smoke billows toward us, thick and acrid. Through the haze, 3 figures emerge. They are house guard, my dark elves, men I paid, men I fed, men who swore oaths on their own blood. Now they wear armbands of yellow cloth, Malek's color. "Lord Imas," the leader sneers, raising a heavy mace. "Or should I say, Defam Imas." Rage flares in my chest, but it is a cold, impotent thing without magic to fuel it. I tighten my grip on the sword. I am faster than them. I am more skilled. But I am tired, and I am bleeding, and there are 3 of them. Traitor! I spit. I lunge. The leader swings the mace. I duck under the arc, slashing at his knee. He howls, stumbling, but the second guard is already moving, thrusting a spear toward my chest. I twist, parrying the blow, but the force of it knocks me off balance. I stagger back, my boot slipping on a patch of blood. The third guard sees the opening. He steps forward, raising a short sword, aiming for my exposed neck. My lord! The chorus of yells tells my body to move, but I cannot. I cannot block it. My sword is out of position. My weight is wrong. I see the steel descending. I see the grim satisfaction in the guard's eyes. So this is how it ends. Not with a spell, but with a piece of sharpened iron in a burning hallway. Then the guard stops. He does not freeze in fear. He does not hesitate. He simply halts. His arm locks in mid-swing. His eyes glaze over, the pupils dilating until they are black voids. He turns, not toward me, toward his comrade. With a fluid, mechanical motion, the guard drives his short sword into the chest of the spearman. The spearman gasps, looking down at the blade protruding from his ribs. The leader, still clutching his ruined knee, stares in horror. "What are you doing?" the leader screams. The third guard does not answer. He pulls his blade free and swings again, this time taking the leader's head from his shoulders in a spray of crimson. Then he drops to one knee. He bows his head, presenting his neck to me. "Master," he drones, his voice flat and devoid of inflection. I stare at him. The silence in the corridor is sudden and absolute. I look at Leora. She is standing behind Asima, her hand outstretched, fingers splayed. Her eyes are pitch black, the sapphire swallowed whole. Sweat beads on her forehead, and a trickle of blood runs from her nose. She is trembling, her whole body vibrating with the strain of an invisible weight. "Leora," I breathe. She blinks. The blackness recedes, leaving her eyes wide and terrified. She staggers, and I catch her before she hits the floor. "How?" I demand, gripping her shoulders. "How did you do that?" I just wanted him to stop," she whispers, her voice shaking. "I pushed. Not calm. I pushed. Obedience. I remembered how the guards look at you, how they fear you, and I put that fear inside him." She looks at her hands, as if they are covered in blood. "I didn't know I could make them kill," she says, a tear tracking through the dust on her cheek. I look at the kneeling guard, then back at her. She is not just an empath. She is a puppet master. She reached into a man's mind and rewrote his loyalty in a heartbeat. It should terrify me. A woman who can turn an enemy into a slave with a thought is a threat greater than any sorcerer lord. She could do it to me. She could make me kneel. But instead of fear, I feel a fierce, wild pride bloom in my chest. "Good," I say. I wipe the blood from under her nose with my thumb. "Do not fear it. Use it. We are at war, Leora, and you are a weapon." "I don't want to be a weapon," she cries softly. "I just want to keep you alive." "Then be a weapon for me." I pull her up. Asima is staring at us, her good eye wide. She says nothing, but she shifts her grip on her sword, moving closer to Leora, placing herself as a secondary shield. "The stables," I command. "We move." We run. The estate is a labyrinth of violence. We fight our way through the servants' quarters, then the kitchens. Leora does not use her power again. She is too drained, leaning heavily on me as we move. But her presence is enough. The air around us feels charged, heavy with the potential of her will. We burst into the main hall. The massive double doors that lead to the courtyard and the stables beyond are closed. Standing in front of them is Lord Malik. He is not alone. 20 archers line the upper balcony, their bows drawn, arrows nocked and aimed at our hearts. They are not house guards. They are Malik's personal elite, wearing the crimson and gold of House Warrior. Malik smiles. He is unhurt, untouched by the chaos he has unleashed. He holds a goblet of my wine in one hand and a heavy battle axe in the other. "Leaving so soon, Ihmas?" he calls out, his voice booming in the cavernous space. "And without saying goodbye? I am hurt." I stop. Asema halts beside me, raising her shield, though it will do little against 20 arrows. I push Leora behind me. I grip my sword, though I know it is useless. I have no magic. I have no army. I have only a piece of steel and a woman who is too exhausted to stand. "Get out of my house, Malik," I say, my voice steady despite the hopelessness of the odds. "Your house?" Malik laughs. "This is a tomb, Imas, and you are the corpse." He raises his axe. "Loose," he commands. Escape this world and step into one where romance and magic intertwine across realms, with stories that are not just standalone tales, but part of a vast, interconnected universe.
Imagine not just one, but 100 stories, where characters, destinies, and legends cross paths in unexpected ways.
100 audiobooks from the Romantasy 100 book bundle.
These aren't just isolated stories. They share themes, worlds, and threads that make every journey feel part of something grander.
Fated lovers, ancient prophecies, and the delicate balance between power and passion.
Get all of these stories today for a mind-blowing 90% off. That's right, 100 audiobooks for the price of 10.
800 hours of audio where these alpha males prove just how puny the human men of Protheka are. 12 complete series where they show their human women what they've been missing and more.
One-time purchase, lifetime access to a universe of interconnected magic and romance.
Protheka's magic is eternal. With the Romantasy 100 book bundle, your pleasure will be too.
Chapter 18. Leora. The air in the grand hall is permeated with the scent of death. Malik's archers are knocking their arrows, the fletching brushing against their cheeks. The tension is a drawn bowstring, humming against my skin. "Loose!" Malik roars. "Shields up!" Asema bellows, her voice cracking but undeniably loud as if she is commanding soldiers, but there is no one else. She does not raise a shield of wood or iron. She raises herself. I gasp, my eyes going wide as I watch her. With a roar that sounds like tearing metal, Asema charges. She does not run toward us to cover our retreat. She runs toward Malik. She is one woman against 20 archers and a sorcerer lord. She is broken, bleeding, one eye swollen shut, her armor battered into scrap. But she moves with the terrifying, singular purpose of a Mu warrior who has chosen her end. "Go!" she screams over her shoulder, not looking back. "My lord, go!" The first volley of arrows flies. Most of them thud into the heavy oak of the door behind us, but 3 find their mark in Asema's body. She stumbles, her momentum faltering, but she does not fall. She keeps running, swinging her sword, a whirlwind of desperate steel. "Asema!" Imas shouts, taking a step toward her. I grab his arm, digging my heels into the stone floor. "No, Imas, look at her!" He freezes. He looks at his captain, the woman who has been his shadow for centuries. Asema turns her head for a fraction of a second. Her good eye meets his. There is no fear in it. There is only a fierce, blinding gratitude. "Thank you," her expression says, louder than any words can ever say. Her eyes say it all. "You pulled me from the gutter. You gave me a sword. You gave me a life. Now let me give it back." Then she looks at me. Her gaze is heavy, urgent. "Keep him alive." She turns back to Malik, who is raising his battle axe with a sneer. Asema reaches into her belt and pulls out a cluster of black spheres, alchemical firebombs. She pulls the pin. "For House Ichmas!" she screams, and she throws herself at the base of the stairs, directly beneath the balcony where the archers stand. "Move!" Ihmas roars, sweeping me off my feet. He sprints for the narrow servant's door hidden behind a tapestry. We hit the wood just as the world turns white. Boom! The explosion is deafening. The floor heaves beneath us. Heat, searing and violent, chases us into the narrow corridor. The sound of crumbling stone and screaming men echoes behind us, a chaotic symphony of destruction. Ihmas does not stop. He runs, carrying me through the labyrinth of back passages, up a hidden stairwell, his breathing harsh and ragged against my ear. I can feel the tremors in his arms, the way his muscles spasm with exhaustion. I can feel the grief hitting him like a battering ram, a deep, hollow ache in his chest that he immediately walls off, shoving it down into the dark where he keeps his demons. We burst into the library, not the main archive where he burned the book, but the panic room concealed behind the false bookcase. It is a small windowless space lined with iron-reinforced stone, stocked with dried rations and weapons. Ihmas kicks the heavy door shut and throws the locking bolts, 3 bars of solid steel as thick as my arm. We are trapped. He sets me down. His legs give way, and he slides down the door, his head falling back against the wood. Blood is soaking through the shoulder of his tunic, dark and wet. "Ihmas," I gasp, dropping to my knees beside him. "I'm fine," he lies, his voice a wreck. "Just winded." I reach for him, my hands hovering over the wound. "Let me see." He catches my wrist. His skin is freezing, slick with sweat and grime. He looks at me, violet eyes wild, the pupils blown wide with adrenaline, and something darker, hungrier. "We are dead," he says. It is not a complaint. It is a statement of fact. Malik will breach this door. It might take an hour. It might take 10 minutes. But he will come. "Then we fight," I say, my voice trembling. "With what?" He laughs, a bitter, broken sound. "I have a sword I can barely lift. You are exhausted. Asema is—" His voice cracks. He swallows hard, looking away. Asema is gone. The reality of it settles on us like a shroud. There is no escape. There is no clever trick of magic, no hidden exit. This is the end of the line. I look at him. His face is streaked with dust and blood, his platinum hair matted. He looks ruined. He looks magnificent. "Ihmas," I whisper. He looks back at me. The despair in his eyes shifts, turning into something hot and desperate. He reaches out, his hand cupping my jaw, his thumb tracing the line of my lower lip. "I wasted so much time," he murmurs. "Centuries of noise, centuries of cruelty, and I only found the silence at the very end." My heart hammers against my ribs. I lean into his touch. "We have now. We have this minute." "This minute," he repeats. His gaze lowers to my mouth. The energy changes. The smell of blood is still there, but beneath it, the sharp, musky scent of arousal blooms, fierce and undeniable. It is the body's last rebellion against death, a desperate need to feel alive, to burn bright before the dark takes us. He kisses me. It is frantic. It is messy. Our teeth clash, lips bruising against lips. He tastes of iron and salt. I encircle his neck, pulling him closer, needing to feel the solidity of him, the heat of his skin. He groans, a low vibration in his chest. He pulls me into his lap, his hands roaming over my body, rough and possessive. He tears the ceremonial robes, ripping the fabric away until I am bare to the waist. "Beautiful," he whispers against my skin. "So beautiful." He trails kisses down my throat, over the pulse point that is fluttering like a trapped bird. He moves lower, his mouth hot and wet against my breast. I gasp, arching into him, my fingers tangling in his hair.
As much as Samara and I want to finish what these two characters have started, it looks like this chapter is about to get too hot for this platform to handle.
Unfortunately, we have to pause here because their guidelines won't allow us to reveal the spiciest details.
keep bringing you these free audiobooks. We have to follow their rules.
But don't worry. You can experience the full unabridged version over at worldsofprotheka.com, where the boundaries of passion and fantasy collide.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off any of our unabridged audiobooks set in the rich and immersive worlds of Protheka.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
With these scenes, it will be unforgettable.
He holds me. He holds me so tight I can barely breathe, his arms wrapping around me like iron bands. He buries his face in the curve of my neck, and I feel the wetness of his tears against my skin. "I'm sorry," he whispers, his voice thick. "I'm so sorry." I stroke his damp, matted hair. "Don't be." We lie there on the cold stone floor, shivering as the sweat cools on our skin. It is quiet in the panic room. For a heartbeat, we can pretend the world outside doesn't exist. We can pretend we are just a man and a woman in the aftermath of a world-shattering ecstasy. Then, the sound comes. Thud. A heavy, reverberating impact against the iron door. The sound vibrates through the floorboards, jarring my bones. Thud. The wood groans. The steel bars rattle in their brackets. "Open up, Emus!" Malik's voice is muffled but distinct, dripping with cheerful malice. "Don't make me rude!" Emus stiffens against me. The tension slams back into his frame, turning the lover back into the warrior. He pulls away from me, looking at the door. The resignation is back in his violet eyes, but it is harder now. Sharper. He stands up, his movements stiff. He fastens his breeches with hands that are steady, though his knuckles are bruised. He reaches for his sword, which lies on the floor where he dropped it. He looks at me. "Get dressed," he says softly. I hurry to put on the ruined fabric of my clothes. The door splinters. A jagged crack appears in the wood, revealing the flickering orange of torchlight beyond. We have minutes left.
Chapter 19. Lord Ichmas. The iron door does not yield. It disintegrates. Wood splinters and steel screams as the hinges are torn from the stone. The heavy barrier crashes inward, slamming against the floor with a violence that shakes the dust from the rafters. I step in front of Leora. I do not have my magic. I do not have the coiling shadows of the serpent to weave into a shield, nor the chaotic whispers to warn me of the blow before it lands. I have only a notched blade of mundane steel and a body that is already failing me. My shoulder burns where the stone sliced it. My legs are heavy, the muscles trembling from the exertion of the climb and the frantic, desperate act of love we just shared. But my mind is clear. I'm facing death without the screaming cacophony of a god in my skull. There is only the sharp, acrid scent of burnt air, like lightning striking dry tinder, and the steady rhythm of my own mortality. "Emus," Leora whispers behind me. I feel the heat of her back against mine, a fragile anchor in the storm. "Stay down," I command softly. Lord Malik steps through the ruined doorway. He has always been a large man, but tonight, he is monstrous. The magic of the warrior flows through him, a visible shimmering aura of blood-red heat. It swells his muscles, turning his skin the color of gunmetal, and makes the veins in his neck bulge like cords of iron. He does not walk. He stalks, vibrating with the testosterone-fueled rage of his patron deity. He holds a double-headed battle axe in one hand as easily as if it were a quill. "Look at you," Malik sneers, his voice amplified by the magic until it rattles the shelves. The Master of Night, hiding in a closet with a dirty woman. He kicks a pile of books aside, clearing the space. His red eyes burn with triumph. He feeds on this, on the dominance, on the victory. I raise my sword. My stance is perfect, the result of a Kuzuth education that demanded excellence in all things, even the physical arts I disdained. But against the raw, magical mass of him, I feel like a child holding a twig. "She is not a dirty woman," I say, my voice cold and steady. "And you are not a lord, Malik. You are a rabid dog off his leash. Malik laughs. It is a wet, ugly sound. And yet, I am the one holding the axe, and you are the one holding nothing. He lunges. He moves with a speed that shouldn't be possible for a creature of his size. The axe sweeps down, a blur of steel meant to cleave me in two. I dodge. I do not try to block. The force would shatter my arm. I spin to the left, the wind of his swing ruffling my hair. I thrust my sword into the gap of his armor, aiming for the kidney. The tip strikes true, but it skids off his skin. The warrior's blessing has turned his flesh to iron. My blade leaves only a thin, white scratch on his side. Malik roars, backhanding me. His gauntlet connects with my jaw. The impact is tectonic. It lifts me off my feet and throws me backward. I crash into the reading table, sliding across the wood before tumbling to the floor. I taste copper, darkness fringing my vision, and a high-pitched ringing in my ears. Ich muss! Leora screams. I see movement in the corner of my eye. Soldiers are pouring into the room, stepping over the wreckage of the door. They wear Malik's colors. 2 of them grab Leora. She fights them. She is small and exhausted, but she fights with the ferocity of a cornered cat. She claws at their faces, kicking, twisting. One of them strikes her across the face. The sound of the slap cuts through the ringing in my ears. Rage, pure and blinding, floods my veins. It is not magic. It is something older. I scramble to my knees, spitting blood. My jaw feels unhinged. I reach for my sword, my fingers scrabbling against the stone. "Get off her!" I shout, my voice raw. Malik steps between me and Leora. He kicks my sword away, sending it skittering across the floor. "Watch!" he commands me. I look up. The soldiers have her. One has twisted her arm behind her back, forcing her to her knees. The other has a fistful of her hair, yanking her head back, exposing the long, pale line of her throat, the throat I kissed only minutes ago. She meets my eyes. Her face is streaked with tears and dirt, her lips split. But she is not looking at the knife at her throat. She is looking at me. Despair crashes into me. I should kill her. The thought is a jagged shard of ice in my heart. I should summon the last dregs of my strength, snatch a dagger from my boot and throw it. I should end her life before Malik can touch her, before he can drag her back to his dungeons and break her piece by piece. It would be a mercy. It would be an act of love. My hand drifts to my boot. My fingers brush the hilt of the small knife I keep there. I look at her. I imagine the light going out of her sapphire eyes. I imagine the silence she brings turning into the eternal silence of the grave. I can't do it. I am weak. I am selfish. I would rather see her suffer and live than be the one to extinguish her light. "Please," I whisper to Malik. "It is the first time I have begged in my life. Take my head. Let her go. She is nothing. She is just a slave." Malik grins. "She is everything, Amos. She is the reason you are weak, and I'm going to make you watch while I carve the weakness out of her." He turns back to me. He raises the axe high above his head, preparing for the execution stroke. I try to move. I try to crawl toward my sword. But my limbs are heavy, weighed down by the crushing gravity of my failure. Malik brings the axe down, not to kill me, but to slam the flat of the blade into my shoulder. Crack. Bone shatters. I cry out, collapsing onto my side. The pain is a white-hot starburst in my shoulder, radiating down my arm, stealing my breath. "Ich muss!" Leora screams. She lunges, breaking the soldier's grip for a second, scrambling toward me on her hands and knees. The soldier grabs her by the hair again, jerking her back so hard her neck snaps. She cries out, a sound of pure agony. "Stay down!" the soldier growls. I push myself up. I have to get up. I have to reach her. I crawl. I drag myself across the stone, leaving a smear of blood behind me. My vision is tunneling. The world is reduced to the sight of her face, twisted in pain, and the boot of the soldier pressing her into the floor. Malik steps on my hand. He grinds his heel into my fingers, crushing them against the stone. I gasp, but I do not stop looking at her. Pathetic, Malik spits. Look at you, crawling in the dirt for a human pet. You are a disgrace to the Kuzuth. He shifts his grip on the axe. He raises it again. This time, the edge is down. This time, it is for my neck. Any last words, Master of Night? Malik asks. The world slows down. The scent of burning wood and old paper fades. The pain in my shoulder dulls to a distant throb. I look at Leora. She has stopped fighting. She is staring at me, her eyes wide, the sapphire blue swallowed by the Purna blackness. She is frozen in horror. She thinks this is the end. She thinks I have failed. And I have. I have failed to protect her. I have failed to hold my power. I have failed to be the monster the world needed me to be. But as I look at her, at the tangle of her dark hair, at the fierce, terrifying love in her eyes, I realize something. I do not regret the silence. I do not regret the loss of the magic. I would burn 1,000 cities. I would slaughter every priest in the temple. I would tear the sky down just to have had that 1 hour of peace in her arms. She is not a poison. She is the antidote to a life I didn't know was a sickness. She inhabits the hollow spaces of my soul, filling them with a light that is brighter than any star. She is the breath in my lungs. She is the beat of my heart. She owns me. Utterly. Completely. I cannot speak. Malik's power is pressing down on my chest, squeezing the air from my lungs. So I mouth the words, shaping them with my bloody lips so she will know. So she will carry them with her into the dark, a talisman against the night that is coming for her. I love you. It is not enough. The words are too small, too human to contain the sheer, devastating magnitude of what I feel. But they are all I have. Malik grunts, his muscles bunching as he brings the axe down.
Chapter 20. Leora. The axe begins its descent. It moves with a terrifying slowness, a gleaming arc of execution carving through the stagnant, dust-choked air. Time does not stop. It stretches, pulling the moment taut until it sings with the unbearable tension of a snapping wire. Imas looks at me. His lips form the shapes of 3 words. I love you. The sound does not bridge the distance between us, but the meaning strikes me like a wrecking ball at full speed. It hits the centre of my chest, shattering the fragile composure I have been clinging to since the first stone fell. It is not a promise. It is a eulogy. He is saying goodbye. He is accepting that he, the Master of Night, the Kuzuth Lord who terrified a city, is going to die on his knees in the dirt, powerless, while I watch. Something inside me fractures. It starts as a sob, a jagged shard of grief lodging in my throat. Why? Why is it always this way? Why am I always the spectator to my own ruin? I was a child when they put me in chains. I was a girl when they taught me to be invisible. I have spent my life holding my breath, making myself small, building walls to keep the ocean of the world's pain from drowning me. And for what? To stand here, held by the rough hands of soldiers, while the only person who ever saw me, the only person who saw me for who I am, is butchered like cattle? No. The word screams through my mind, louder than the roar of the blood in my ears. Is this my fate? To be the thing that is taken? To be the thing that is broken? I look at Malik. I see the glee in his red eyes, the arrogant, unchecked power radiating from his skin like heat off a furnace. He thinks he has won. He thinks power is a heavy axe and a loud voice. He does not know what power is. He does not know what happens when you compress a lifetime of fear into a single point of density. The grief in my chest curdles. It boils, turning from the watery weakness of sorrow into something white-hot and solid. It is rage. It is a cold, blinding fury that tastes of iron and ancient starlight. I am done being the dam, I think. The soldier holding my hair yanks my head back, forcing me to watch the axe fall. I do not pull away. I lean into it. I find the barrier in my mind, the fortress of grey stone I built to keep the empathy out, to keep the Purna curse contained. I don't just open the gate. I tear the walls down. My vision goes black. Not the darkness of unconsciousness, but the absolute starry void of my heritage. I feel my pupils dilate, swallowing the sapphire, swallowing the whites, until my eyes are twin tunnels into the ether. The air around me drops 50 degrees in a heartbeat. The soldier's hand on my hair freezes. Frost blooms on his gauntlet. I open my mouth and I scream. It is not a sound that vibrates the air. It is a psychic shockwave, a spear of pure, concentrated will thrust outward into the mental fabric of the room. I do not push calm. I do not push peace. I reach into the darkest, most terrified corner of Ichmas's memories, the place where his god used to live, and I pull it out. I reconstruct the horror he lived with for centuries. I take the image of the serpent, the devouring, endless hunger, the coils that crush the world, and I project it into the minds of every living thing in this room. Look at him, I command the room. Look at the god you fear. The psychic blast hits Lord Malik first. The axe stops inches from Ichmas's neck. Malik freezes, his muscles locking up as if turned to stone. His mouth opens in a silent O of absolute horror. He does not see Imaz kneeling before him anymore. In his mind, I have replaced Imaz with a viper the size of a mountain. I make him feel the scales sliding over his skin, cold and wet. Make him feel the fangs sinking into his soul. I make him experience the digestion. "Get out!" Malik shrieks, dropping the axe. It clatters to the stone floor, missing Imaz by a hair's breadth. Malik claws at his face. He digs his nails into his cheeks, tearing ribbons of grey skin, trying to rip the vision out of his eyes. "It's inside me!" he screams, his voice shredding. "It's eating me!" Blood begins to drip from his nose, then his ears, then his eyes. His brain is hemorrhaging, unable to process the sheer, crushing weight of the illusion I have forced upon him. The warrior's magic within him flares, trying to fight back, but you cannot fight a nightmare with a sword. The soldiers holding me let go. They don't just release me, they fling themselves away, backing into the walls, whimpering like beaten dogs. I stand alone in the midst of the chaos. My hair floats around my face, lifted by the static charge of the magic pouring off me. I feel light. I feel terrible. I feel like a star going supernova. I look at the archers on the balcony. They are trained killers. They are fearless. I turn my gaze up to them. "You want to see death?" I ask them, my thoughts booming in their skulls like thunder. Then see it. I push the sensation of drowning into them. I fill their lungs with phantom water. I make them feel the pressure of the deep ocean crushing their ribs. The first archer drops his bow and clutches his throat, gagging, his face turning purple. The second one screams, a high, thin sound of madness. He looks at his own hands and sees snakes. He sees his fingers turning into vipers that are biting his own wrists. "Get them off," he wails, dropping to his knees. He begins to claw at his arms, tearing at his own armour, scratching until he hits flesh. "My eyes!" another screams, digging his knuckles into his sockets. "The shadows are biting my eyes!" Chaos erupts. It is not the controlled chaos of the Kuzuth. It is the messy, wet panic of prey animals trapped in a burning cage. I look down at Ichmas. He is the only one untouched. He crouches on the floor, staring up at me. His face is splattered with mud and blood, his expression one of utter, paralysed awe. He sees the blackness of my eyes. He feels the storm radiating from me. He knows that I am dismantling an army with nothing but a thought. He does not look afraid. He looks vindicated. But I cannot stop. The dam is gone, and the ocean is rushing out. I am burning through my reserves, burning through my life force. My knees shake. The edges of my vision fray into white light. I focus on Malik. He is on his knees now, retching blood onto the stone floor, his mind shattered into 1,000 jagged pieces. Die, I tell him. It is a simple command. A push of empathy twisted into a weapon. I make his heart realize how tired it is. I make his brain realize how much it hurts to be alive. I make his body sympathize with the dust. Malik gasps. His red eyes roll back in his head. He slumps forward, face planting into the stone, his massive body twitching once, then going still. Silence falls. It is the silence of the grave, as if the god of death has come. The soldiers are catatonic, curled into fetal balls, lost in their own personal hells. The archers on the balcony have stopped screaming, reduced to sobbing heaps of broken armour. I sway. The power cuts out as abruptly as it began, leaving a vacuum that sucks the air from the room. The blackness recedes from my vision, and the world rushes back in a blur of grey and red. My legs give way. I fall, expecting the hard impact of the stone. I do not hit the floor. Ichmaz is there. He catches me, his arms wrapping around me, pulling me against his chest. He is trembling, vibrating with the aftershocks of the power I unleashed. Leora, he gasps against my hair. I try to answer, but I have no voice. I have no strength. I have emptied myself completely. I gaze past his shoulder, up toward the balcony. One of the archers stands up, swaying. He has clawed his own face into a ruin. He looks down at us, blind and mad, and lets out a final gurgling scream before toppling over the railing, plummeting to the stone below with a wet crunch. Then darkness takes me. Chapter 21. Leora. Time is a broken thing. It feels as if centuries have passed since I stood in the doorway and screamed the void into existence. I remember the sound of Malik's heart stopping, a wet, final thump that echoed in the silence of the room. I remember the way the world turned grey, then black, as my own power consumed me. When I open my eyes, the first thing I see is the ceiling. It is cracked, a jagged fissure running through the plaster like a lightning strike. I am lying on the floor. My head is pillowed on something warm and solid. Breathe, a voice whispers. Just breathe. I inhale. The air tastes of copper and the sharp, lingering static of spent magic. It tastes of death. I push myself up, my limbs heavy and uncooperative. The room spins, then steadies. The panic room is a graveyard of the mind. The soldiers are still here. They are not moving. Some are curled into fetal balls, their faces slack and wet with tears. Others stare sightlessly at the ceiling, their eyes wide and empty, their minds burned out by the terror I projected. They are breathing, but they are not present. They are husks. Malik lies near the shattered door. He is face down, his massive body twisted at an unnatural angle. He is not breathing. The warrior's aura is gone, leaving his skin grey and dull. He died of fear. His heart simply gave up under the weight of the nightmare I forced him to live. I look down. Ichmas is holding me. He is sitting on the floor, his back against the wall, cradling my head in his lap. He looks different. The colour of his skin has lost its metallic sheen. It looks softer, more human. The sharp, predatory angles of his face have eased. His violet eyes are no longer glowing with the inner light of chaos. They are dim, rimmed with red from exhaustion, but they are clear. He is defam, he is casteless, he is a man who has lost his god. But as he peers down at me, there is no grief in his expression. There is only a profound, terrifying relief. "You came back," he whispers. He leans down and presses his lips to my forehead. The kiss is soft, reverent. It is not the desperate, consuming hunger of the bedroom. It is a benediction. How long? I croak, my throat raw. Less than 20 minutes, he says, though it felt like a lifetime. I shudder, leaning into his touch. I killed him. I killed Malik. You saved us, Emas corrects me. His thumb strokes my cheek, wiping away a smear of dust. You broke them all, Leora, with a single thought. I look at my hands. They are trembling. I am a monster. No, he says firmly. You are powerful. There is a difference. I look up at him, searching his face for any sign of fear. I showed him the abyss. I showed him that I can reach into a mind and turn it to ash. He should be terrified of me. He should be running. Does it matter? I ask, my voice barely a whisper. That I am Purna. That I have this thing inside me. He goes still. His gaze drops to my mouth, then back to my eyes. It matters, he says slowly. It matters because it is part of you, but it does not change what you are to me. And what am I? I ask, a tear escaping the corner of my eye to track hot and wet down my temple. Am I still your poison? Your silence? You are my life, he says. The words are simple, unadorned by the flowery language of the court. They land with the weight of absolute truth. I would be anyone, Leora. I would be Defam. I would be a beggar in the gutters of Lowtown. I would be nothing as long as I can be with you. Are you not afraid? I push, needing to hear it. Aren't you scared that one day I might lose control? That I might turn you into that? I gesture vaguely at the catatonic soldiers. That I might control you? He goes silent. He looks at Malik's corpse, then at the empty air where his magic used to be. He looks back at me, and his expression is open, stripped of all defences. I am terrified, he admits, but not of your power. I am terrified of a world where you are not in it. He leans in, his forehead resting against mine. I trust you, he whispers against my skin, with my mind, with my body, with the jagged, broken pieces of my soul. You can do anything to me, Leora, because I know you won't. The confession hits me harder than the psychic backlash. He, who has spent centuries trusting no one, who built walls of cruelty to keep the world out, has laid his throat bare to the one creature capable of destroying him. I sob, a short, sharp sound, and pull him into a kiss. It is salty with tears and sweet with relief. It is a promise. We cling to each other, breathing the same air, sharing the same heartbeat. But the world outside this room has not stopped. A distant shout echoes from the upper levels of the estate. The sound of boots on stone. The massacre in the panic room was silent, but the explosion that killed Asema was not. Others are coming. The other houses, the temple guard. Emas pulls back, his head snapping up. The softness vanishes from his face, replaced by a grim, practical resolve. We have to move, he says, helping me to my feet. If they find us here, if they see what you did, they will not just kill us, they will study us. He studies me, his hand tightening on mine. Even with Malik dead, I am a lord who has lost his magic. By the laws of Leandor, I am to be executed before sunset to prevent the stain of weakness from spreading to the cast. Then we leave, I say, finding my strength in his grip. We leave Leandor. Yes. He looks around the room, his eyes landing on the heavy iron safe concealed behind the tapestry Malik tore down. But not empty-handed. We will need coin for the crossing. He strides to the safe. He does not need magic to open it. He uses the combination of a master tactician who always planned for a rainy day. The door swings open. Inside, stacks of gold coins gleam in the torchlight, but Emas ignores the gold. He reaches for a leather pouch at the back. He opens it, revealing a spill of xanthanite gems. emerald, sapphire, and ruby stones that glow with their own inner fire. Portable, he says, shoving the pouch into his tunic, and enough to buy a kingdom in the south. He grabs a heavy cloak from a hook by the door and wraps it around my shoulders, covering the ruins of my dress. He pulls the hood up, hiding my face. "Stay close to me," he says. "We are ghosts now, Leora. We do not fight. We disappear." We step over the bodies of the men who tried to kill us. We step over Malik, the rival who thought power was a loud voice and a heavy axe. We slip out of the shattered door and into the labyrinth of the estate. We move through the shadows, silent and swift, guided by Emas's memory of the servant passages. We burst out a side door into the courtyard. The rain is falling again, a heavy, relentless curtain that washes the blood from the stones. The air smells of wet earth and the metallic tang of the storm. The city of Leondor looms around us, dark and indifferent. I take Emas's hand. He squeezes it, his fingers threading through mine. We step into the rain, leaving the house of Emas, the title of lord, and the old lives we wore like shackles behind us in the dark.
Chapter 22. Lord Emas. The sea is a flat, grey slab, indifferent to the lives clinging to its surface. I pull the heavy hemp rope, the rough fibers biting into my palms. My muscles scream in protest, unused to the brute, repetitive labor of hauling a sail. Sweat runs down my back, cold in the biting wind coming off the ocean. A week ago, I could have moved this entire ship with a flick of my wrist. I could have summoned a wind to fill the canvas, or calmed the waves with a whispered command. Now I am just another back bending under the weight of the work. "Heave!" the boatswain bellows, a scarred orc with tusks yellowed by age. I heave. The sail snaps taut, catching the gust. I step back, wiping the sweat from my brow with a forearm that is already bruised. I am unrecognizable. My brassy hair is tied back in a messy knot, dull with salt spray. My clothes are rough wool, smelling of tar and fish. The charcoal of my skin is no longer a mark of high nobility. Here, among the mixed crew of humans, orcs, and low-caste elves, it is just a color. I am defam. I am casteless, and I am exhausted. I find a coil of rope near the railing and sit, my legs trembling. The physical fatigue is a novelty. It is a simple, honest ache that has little to do with the twisting madness of chaos. It is quiet. Leora appears from the lower deck. She's wearing a simple gray dress, the hood of her cloak pulled up against the spray. She looks small against the vastness of the horizon, but she does not look afraid. She looks present. Her eyes, the clear, unclouded sapphire of a Purna at rest, scan the deck until they find me. She comes to sit beside me. She does not speak. She simply takes my hand, her fingers threading through mine. Her skin is warm, and the contact sends a steady, rhythmic pulse of comfort into my mind. It is not the overwhelming flood of the ritual chamber. It is a gentle tide, a reminder that I am not alone. "You're bleeding," she says softly, turning my hand over to reveal the raw blisters on my palm. "It is nothing," I say. My voice is rough from the salt air. "The price of passage." "We could have used a stone," she whispers, glancing around to ensure no one is listening. The pouch of xanthanite is sewn into the lining of her cloak, a fortune heavy enough to buy this ship 10 times over. "No," I say. "A Kuzuth lord does not pay with stolen gems in a common port. It draws eyes. It draws questions. Labor is anonymous." She traces the lines of my palm. "Does it hurt? Being this? Being magicless? Mortal? I'm still a dark elf." I look out at the water. It is slow. It is heavy. I feel gravity in a way I never did before. I pause, watching a myna bird dive into the waves. But my mind is my own. She leans her head against my shoulder. "Do you think he will come for you?" I stiffen, I do not need to ask who she means. The Serpent? I ask, the name tasting like ash. Yes, you killed his priest. You broke his altar. You rejected him. She shivers. Will he follow us? I look at the sky. It is vast and empty, devoid of the swirling, chaotic clouds that permanently shroud Leandor. The gods are not hunters, Leora, I say slowly. They are appetites. The Serpent does not chase. He waits. He is the trap, not the predator. But you were his favorite. I was a vessel. A cup is not missed by the wine. I squeeze her hand. He may be watching. He is the god of pain. Anywhere there is suffering, he has an eye. But his influence is tied to the land, to the temples, to the rituals. Out here, on the open sea, away from the shadow of Leandor, his voice is a whisper in a gale. So we are safe? We are hidden, I correct her. The other gods, the guide, the arbiter, they hold sway here. They will keep him in check, provided we do not walk into one of his temples. She nods, accepting the logic, though I can feel the tremor of anxiety in her touch. I push a thought toward her, not magic, just a deliberate projection of calm. It is weak, nothing compared to what she can do, but she smiles. Look, she says, pointing at the water. A school of season breaks the surface, their scales flashing like iridescent rainbows in the sunlight. They arc through the air, sleek and impossible, before diving back into the deep. Beautiful, I murmur. It is a strange word for me. For 5 centuries, beauty was synonymous with power. It was the terrifying symmetry of a spell, the perfect cruelty of a political maneuver. But this is just life. It is messy and uncontrolled and vibrant. I take a deep breath. The air smells of salt and freedom. There is no static in my head, no screaming demands, no pressure building behind my eyes. I am useless. I cannot cast a hex. I cannot summon a shadow. If pirates attacked us now, I would have to fight them with a belaying pin in my own muscles. But I am at peace. I never saw the sea, I admit quietly. I teleported to ports. I viewed maps. But I never sat and watched the water. You were busy ruling the night, Leora teases gently. I was busy drowning, I correct her. The ship's bell rings, a sharp, clear sound that cuts through the wind. Land ho! The lookout shouts from the crow's nest. I stand up, pulling Leora with me. We move to the railing. On the horizon, a dark smudge is solidifying into a coastline. Green hills rise from the water, lush and vibrant, a vivid contrast to the gray stone of Oshta. White cliffs gleam in the sun, and beyond them, the spires of a city rise like fingers of pale bone. Kainvu, I breathe. The captain, a burly human with a beard braided with shells, stomps past us. Prepare for docking, he bellows. We're coming into tear. Leora grips my arm. Is it safe? Really? I look at the city. It is the newest of the sister cities, a port known for trade and, if the rumors are true, a strange tentative tolerance for our kind mixing with yours. It is not Leandor, I say, and that is enough. I look down at my hands. They are blistered, dirty, and empty of magic. But they are mine. We are approaching the Ember Forge, I whisper to her, the wind snatching the words away. A new forge for a new life. The ship cuts through the waves, carrying us toward the shore.
Chapter 23. Leora. The wind in Tear smells of salt and drying fish, a stark, clean scent that scours the memory of ozone and blood from my lungs. I stand at the railing as the ship glides into the harbour. The city sprawls before us, a chaotic tumble of whitewashed stone and terracotta rising from the sea to the steep green hills beyond. It is loud. Seagulls scream, dockworkers shout, and the clanging of bells rings out from the temples scattered across the skyline. But it is a vibrant, living noise, devoid of the suffocating, silent terror that draped Leondor like a shroud. Beside me, Imaz is a statue carved from salt-stained wood. He watches the city with the narrowed, assessing gaze of a tactician, but his hand grips the railing so tight his knuckles are white. He is terrified, not of an enemy, but of the unknown. Kainvu, he murmurs, the name tasting strange on his tongue. The end of the world. Or the beginning, I counter softly. He gazes down at me. The charcoal colour of his skin is stark against the rough wool of his tunic, but his violet eyes have lost their predatory gleam. They are just eyes now, beautiful, haunted, and remarkably human. The ship bumps against the dock with a heavy, jarring thud. Ropes are thrown, caught by burly hands on the pier. The gangplank descends with a groan. "Ready?" he asks. I nod, though my stomach flutters with nerves. I adjust the hood of my cloak, hiding my face. Old habits die hard. We disembark. The pier is a riot of movement. Dark elves in practical, brightly coloured clothing move alongside humans, orcs and creatures I don't recognise. Hulking, scaled beings unloading crates with effortless strength. I shrink closer to Ihmaz, expecting the flinch, the sneer, the crack of a whip. But no one looks at us. A human woman walks past, carrying a basket of bread. She is laughing at something a dark elf sailor said. She is not cowering. She is not marked. She walks with her head up, her spine straight. I stop dead, staring at her. "They are free," I whisper. Imaz follows my gaze. A muscle feathers in his jaw. He sees it too. The casual, impossible equality. "This is Ter," he says, his voice low. "Duke Geshe's city. They say he is mad." He pauses, watching a dark elf merchant haggle with a human smith over a stack of horseshoes. Or perhaps he is the only sane one among us. We move through the streets. The architecture here is different, less imposing than Leondor, more organic. Buildings seem to grow out of the rock, connected by arched bridges and winding staircases. The air is warm, humid, and alive. We head toward the Emberforge stronghold, the massive fortress that dominates the cliffs overlooking the sea. It is a place of legend, a sanctuary where the old laws of caste and cruelty hold no sway. The gates are open. We pass through without challenge. Inside, the stronghold is a bustling town unto itself. We find an inn near the outer wall, a modest stone building with a sign depicting a hammer and anvil. Imaz pays the innkeeper with coin earned on the ship, his movements stiff and formal, clinging to the remnants of his dignity like a shield. The innkeeper, a cheerful Zagfair woman with flour on her apron, doesn't blink at his accent or his scars. She hands him a heavy iron key and points us up the stairs. The room is small. It holds a narrow bed, a wash basin, and a single window that looks out over the harbour. It is nothing like the opulent prison he kept me in at House Imaz. The walls are bare stone, the floorboards creak, and the air smells of beeswax and lemon. It is the most beautiful room I have ever seen. Imaz closes the door and locks it. He stands there for a moment, his back to me, his shoulders rigid. "It is modest," he says, his voice tight. I walk to him. I hug his waist from behind, pressing my cheek against the rough wool of his tunic. I can feel the tension in him, the deep-seated fear that he has failed me by bringing me to this small, simple life. "It is perfect," I whisper. He turns in my arms. He stares at me, his expression raw. He reaches out and traces the line of my jaw with his thumb, a touch so tender it makes my breath hitch. "I have nothing," he says. "No title, no magic, no army. I am a man who hauls ropes and sleeps in a rented room." "You have me," I say. "And I have you. And no one is trying to kill us." He closes his eyes, leaning his forehead against mine. "I promised you a kingdom, Leora." "I don't want a kingdom," I tell him fiercely. I want Emas. I want the man who threw his sword away to save me. I want the man who looks at me like I am the sun. He shudders. He pulls me closer, burying his face in my hair. We stand there for a long time, just holding each other, letting the reality of our survival settle into our bones. Eventually, the exhaustion of the journey catches up with us. We lie down on the narrow bed. It is a tight fit. We have to tangle our limbs together, fitting like puzzle pieces. For the first time, we lie together not as master and slave, nor as desperate lovers trying to outrun death. We lie together as partners, equals. I listen to the rhythm of his breathing as it slows into sleep. I feel the steady beat of his heart against my palm. The silence in my head is profound, a deep, resonant peace that has very little to do with magic, yet everything to do with safety. I drift off, lulled by the sound of the water and the warmth of his body. I wake to the golden light of late afternoon spilling across the floor. Emas is awake. He is propped up on one elbow, watching me. His hair is loose, falling around his face in a curtain of silver. He looks rested, the grey pallor gone from his skin. He smiles. It is a small, tentative thing, but it reaches his eyes. "You snore," he informs me softly. I laugh, swatting his arm. "I do not." "You do." It is endearing. He catches my hand, interlacing our fingers. He studies our joined hands, the contrast of his charcoal skin against my pale flesh. "I need to find work," he says, his tone shifting, becoming serious. "There are smithies here, shipyards, places that value strength and a mind for strategy." "We have the stones," I remind him, thinking of the xanthanite sewn into my cloak. "The stones are a reserve," he says firmly. "I will not build our life on these. I will build it with my own hands." He squeezes my fingers, his grip tight and possessive. "I will build you a house, Leora, not a fortress, not a cage, a home, with windows that open to the sea and a garden where nothing ever dies." My heart swells, filling my chest until it feels like it might burst. I look at him, this fallen lord, this beautiful, broken man who is rebuilding himself from the ground up just for me. "I don't need a palace, Emas," I whisper. "I just need this." He leans down and kisses me. It is slow and sweet and full of promise. It tastes of hope. "You will have both," he vows against my lips, "because you are the queen of my peace, and you deserve a throne." I smile, pulling him down to me. The future is uncertain. We are strangers in a strange city, stripped of everything we once were. But as his weight settles over me, and the light of the setting sun turns the room to gold, I know one thing for certain. Life is perfect. This huge orc brings out the animal in me.
In a world where humans have been driven underground, living like rats is the only way to stay safe from the marauding orcs.
All my life, my only job has been to make sure I have enough to eat.
These orcs of the Burning Sun clan will vow to keep their human mates safe.
There is a nobleness to these giant savages, alpha male warriors who will protect their women at all costs.
Get this complete series of books following the Burning Sun clan for 70% off. Each book is a full-length monster romance that features a giant orc with eyes for his beloved, curvy human. Happily ever after guaranteed.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
This bundle will show you that size really does matter. Chapter 24. Lord Emas. The ledger is a battlefield, and I am slaughtering the opposition. I sit at a scarred wooden desk in the back room of the Gilded Rudder, a merchant guild house overlooking the harbor of Ter. The air smells of salt, dry parchment, and the rich roasted aroma of kaffa beans brewing in the corner. "You see the error here," I say, tapping a column of figures with an ink-stained finger. The shipping manifest accounts for 30 crates of Nabella spice, but the tariff calculation is based on the weight of raw ore. If you sign this, you will be overpaying the Port Authority by 400 daler. The guildmaster, a portly Kashung elf with gold rings in his ears, stares at the page. His eyes widen. By the tradesman's hammer, he mutters, mopping his brow. I looked at this 3 times. How did you spot that? Patterns, I say simply. Numbers have a rhythm. Disruption creates discrepancies. I lean back in the chair. It is a cheap, creaking thing, nothing like the high-backed thrones of Leondor. My tunic is simple linen, dyed a deep blue, the sleeves rolled up to reveal forearms that are growing stronger from hauling crates and working the docks. I am not Lord Ichmas here. I am just Ichmas, a refugee with a sharp mind and a terrifying capacity for logistics. 3 months ago, I commanded armies of shadows. Today, I command ink, and I prefer the ink. You have saved me a fortune, the guildmaster says, looking at me with a reverence that has OTE to do with fear. Again, you could run this guild, Ichmas. I have no desire to run anything, I reply, standing up. I only desire my wage. He hands me a heavy pouch of coins. It is honest money. It has no blood on it. I take it, feeling the weight settle in my palm. A grounding physical reality. I will not be in tomorrow, I tell him. Taking a rest day? I have business. I leave the guild house, stepping out into the late afternoon sun. The heat of tear is a physical embrace, humid and heavy, pressing against my skin. It is vibrant. The streets are a chaotic river of life. Humans, orcs, elves, even a towering minotaur sailor navigating the crowd, all shouting, laughing, living. For 5 centuries, this noise would have shattered me. It would have been a torture to endure while the serpent screamed in my skull. Now, it is just music. I walk through the market, my hand resting on the hilt of the simple steel dagger at my belt. I am no longer a predator apex, untouchable and wrapped in dread. I am one who can be mugged, someone who can bleed. The vulnerability is constant, a low-level hum of anxiety at the nape of my neck. But it is my own anxiety. It belongs to me. I reach the jeweler's stall near the fountain. The artisan, an old human woman with clever eyes, looks up as I approach. Is it ready? I ask. She nods, reaching under the counter. She pulls out a small velvet box. I open it. Inside sits a ring. It is not heavy obsidian. It is not carved with symbols of pain or binding. It is silver, beaten thin and delicate, set with a single small chip of xanthanite that glows with a soft, steady blue light. It is simple, the woman says apologetically. It is perfect, I whisper. I pay her, using one of the larger gems we smuggled out in her cloak, and tuck the box into my tunic, next to my heart. My pulse strikes a jagged rhythm against my ribs, an erratic beat of pure terror. I've faced sorcerer lords. I've butchered priests. I've stared down the death of my entire house. But the thought of asking her, of giving her the choice to reject me, makes my hands sweat. I leave the market, turning toward the coastal road. I do not head back to the inn where we have been living in cramped, blissful squalor. I head toward the cliffs. The house stands alone on a promontory overlooking the sea. It is small. The walls are whitewashed stone, glowing gold in the setting sun. The roof is terracotta. There is a garden, currently overgrown with paradise blossoms and wild grasses, but the soil is rich. I unlock the front door. The iron key feels heavy in my hand. I walk through the empty rooms. The floors are swept clean. The windows are open, letting in the roar of the ocean and the cry of the gulls. It is not a fortress. There are no dungeons. There are no secret passages. It is a home. I stand in the center of what will be the bedroom. I imagine her here. I imagine her waking up without fear, brewing tea, watching the sea. But doubts, dark and slithering, begin to uncoil in my gut. She saved me. She loves me. She has said it, and through the Purna bond, I have felt the truth of it burn me like a brand. But she said those things when we were running for our lives. She said them when I was the only thing standing between her and death. Now she is free. In Terre, humans have rights. She could leave me. She could find a man who hasn't tortured her. She could find a man whose hands aren't stained with centuries of blood. A man who is whole, not a hollowed-out ruin held together by her mercy. Fear tastes like copper on my tongue. It is a cold, sickly sensation that makes my knees weak. I am defam. I have nothing to offer her but my past and my broken soul. In this house, I remind myself, gripping the doorframe, and my hands, and my life, for as long as she will have it. I lock the house and walk back to the city. The sun is dipping below the horizon, painting the sky in bruises of purple and orange. I find her at the inn. She is sitting on the balcony of our room, mending a tear in one of my tunics. Her dark hair is loose, catching the breeze. She looks up as I enter, and her face lights up. The force of her smile hits me like a physical impact. It winds me. "You're late," she says, setting the needle down. "I had to finish something." I cross the room. I do not loom over her. I kneel beside her chair, bringing myself to her level. I take her hands. They are rougher now, callous-tipped from the work she has taken up at the local bakery, kneading dough. I kiss her palms. She smells of flour and salt air. "Ich muss." She leans forward, her brow furrowing. "You're shaking. What's wrong? Is it him?" She thinks the serpent has returned. She thinks the noise is back. "No," I say quickly. "It is something else." I look into her sapphire eyes. I see the question there, the openness. I see the woman who walked into the fire for me. I need to bind her to me, not with magic, not with force. I need to bind her with a promise that is terrifyingly fragile because it relies entirely on her will. "Leora," I start, but my voice fails. I clear my throat. "I have purchased something. A property." Her eyes widen. "A house?" "Near the cliffs. It has a garden, and windows that face the sea." "Ich muss." She smiles, a soft, wondrous thing. It sounds beautiful. "It is empty," I say. "It is just stone and wood. It needs—" I squeeze her hands. "It needs a mistress." I stand up, pulling her with me. The ring box burns against my chest, a secret weight. I cannot do it here, in this rented room that smells of other people's lives. I need to do this in a place that matters. "Come with me," I say. "Now? It's nearly dark." "The dark does not frighten us," I remind her. She laughs, a sound that chases the last of the shadows from the corners of my mind. "No, I suppose it doesn't." She grabs her cloak. I lead her out of the inn, through the cooling streets of Terre. We walk past the market, past the guild house, toward the edge of the city where the lights fade and the wilder magic of the land takes over. "Where are we going?" she asks, though she follows me without hesitation. I look ahead, to where the moonlight reflects off a vast, glassy surface nestled between the hills. "To the lake," I say, my voice tight with the magnitude of what I am about to do. "To the waters of fate." I feel her fingers tighten around mine. She knows the legends. She knows that lovers go there to tie their destinies together. We walk into the gathering night, toward the water that will either drown me or baptize me.
Chapter 25, Leora. The waters of fate are not dark. They are a mirror of obsidian glass, reflecting the canopy of stars that stretches over Cainvu like a spill of diamond dust. The air here is soft, lacking the sharp, biting edge of Leondor's eternal gloom. It smells of night-blooming jasmine and the clean mineral scent of the lake. I walk beside Ihmaz. Our footsteps are quiet on the pebble-strewn shore. He is silent, but it is not the pressurized silence of a man holding back a scream. It is a contemplative quiet, a man listening to the world around him without the filter of chaos. He stops near a cluster of willow trees whose branches dip into the water. The moonlight paints his charcoal skin in shades of silver and ash. He looks at the lake, his violet eyes tracking the gentle ripple of the surface. "Legend says this water reveals your destiny," he says softly. "That if you drink it, the fates bind you to your purpose." "Do you believe that?" I ask. He turns to me. The wind catches his loose hair, blowing the platinum strands across his face. He brushes them back with a hand that is calloused now, marked by honest labour. "I believe we make our own fate," he says. "But I believe some things are inevitable." He reaches into his tunic and pulls out a small velvet box. My breath hitches. The sound of the crickets seems to fade, the world narrowing down to the man standing before me and the small dark object in his hand. He does not open it immediately. He looks at me, his gaze intense, searching my face as if looking for a crack in the foundation. "I am not a lord anymore, Leora," he says. His voice is rough with an emotion I have only ever heard him suppress. "I have no title, I have no magic. I cannot offer you protection from gods or kings. I can only offer you this." He drops to one knee. The sight of him kneeling, not in defeat, not in pain, but in reverence, sends a shockwave through me. This is the man who once commanded shadows to strangle his enemies. This is the man who believed weakness was a disease. And he is kneeling in the dirt for me. He opens the box. Inside, nestled in black velvet, sits a ring. It is silver, hammered thin and delicate, a stark contrast to the heavy, magical iron of his past. In the centre, a small chip of xanthanite glows with a steady, soft blue light, the colour of my eyes when the Purna magic is at rest. "It has no enchantments," he says, his voice wavering slightly. "It will not bind you. It will not track you. It is just metal and stone. It is a promise." He looks up at me. His eyes are wide, vulnerable in a way that terrifies me and breaks me open all at once. "Will you be my mate?" he asks. The word hangs in the air. Mate. In his culture, in the dark, twisted world we left behind, a mate is a possession or a political alliance. But the way he says it, he reclaims the word. He strips it of ownership and fills it with partnership. "I am a monster who learned to be a man because of you," he continues, the words tumbling out now, desperate and fast. "I am sorry for the pain. I am sorry for the cage. I am sorry for every moment I made you fear the dark." I reach out. My hand trembles as I touch his cheek. His skin is warm. "You don't have to apologise for the man you were," I whisper. "I saw him, Emas. Even when you were lost in the noise, I saw the part of you that was fighting to breathe. I loved him then." His eyes fill with tears. They do not fall, they just shimmer, reflecting the stars. "And I love the man you are now," I say. "The man who builds homes instead of prisons. The man who chooses silence." "Leora," he chokes out. "Yes," I say. "Yes, Emas, I will be your mate." He exhales, a sound like a structure collapsing. He takes the ring from the box. His hand shakes as he slides it onto my finger. It fits perfectly. The cool metal settles against my skin, a weight that feels like an anchor, not a shackle. He stands up and pulls me into his arms. He kisses me. It is not a hungry kiss. It is not desperate. It is slow and deep and absolute. It tastes of the sea air and the promise of tomorrow. I grip around his neck, pulling him closer. For the first time in my life, the Purna magic inside me does not feel like a tide I have to hold back. It settles. It hums in my chest, a warm, protective vibration that wraps around us both. It is no longer a poison. It is a hearth. We stand there under the vast, indifferent sky, two broken things that found a way to fit together, held in the quiet embrace of a fate we chose for ourselves. Chapter 26. Leora. The sun over Ter does not filter through grey clouds. It spills like molten gold across the lush wetlands and the sparkling expanse of the sea. It is warm. It presses against my skin, smelling of salt spray and the wild, verdant growth of the coast. I stand before a mirror of polished bronze in the guest quarters of Emberforge Stronghold. The woman reflected there is not the jagged, starved creature who stood on the auction block in the rain. She is not the trembling slave wrapped in shredded velvet. I am wearing white. It is not the stiff, ceremonial shroud of a sacrifice. It is a dress of light linen, embroidered with golden thread in the patterns of the Shivduyu artisans. Vines and stars intertwining. It breathes. It moves. I raise my hand to my throat. The bruise from Emas's bite has faded to a faint, yellowing shadow, a memory of a pain that healed into power. "You look like a queen," a voice says from the doorway. I turn. Rena stands there. She is no longer in the drab grey of a Leondor house slave. She wears a tunic of soft blue, and her hair is loose, grey streaks shining in the light. We sent for her the moment we had the coin. Emas paid a mercenary guild to extract her from the ruins of his estate before the other houses could claim the spoils. She arrived 3 days ago, weeping not from fear, but from the shock of seeing the sky without a filter of smoke. "I look like a woman who is about to make a choice," I correct her softly. Rena smiles, the expression crinkling the corners of her eyes. She hands me a bouquet of paradise blossoms, their bright yellow petals vivid against the white of my dress. "He is waiting," she says, "and if he paces any more, he will wear a trench in the Duke's courtyard." I take the flowers. My fingers brush Rena's calloused palm. I feel her affection, a warm, steady hum like a hearth fire. "Let's not keep him waiting," I say. We walk through the stone corridors of the stronghold. Unlike the weeping walls of Leondor, Emberforge feels solid, baked dry by the sun and the heat of the forges. We step out into the main courtyard. It is crowded. Humans and dark elves stand shoulder to shoulder, a mingling that would be heresy in the north, but is simply life here in Ter. The Zagfair innkeeper who gave us our first bed is there, wiping her hands on her apron. The guildmaster Emas advises stands near the front, looking smug in his velvet coat. Even a few orcs from the camps near the Orklands border are present, their tusks gleaming. The crowd parts as I step into the sunlight. At the end of the aisle stands Duke Geshe. He is an older Miu warrior, his face a landscape of scars, his presence commanding but not cruel. He stands not as a ruler, but as a witness, and in front of him stands Emas. My breath catches, a sudden constriction in my lungs. He is wearing a tunic of deep charcoal, simple and unadorned, the sleeves rolled up to reveal the corded muscle of his forearms. His platinum hair is tied back with a leather thong. He bears no sigil. He wears no heavy rings of obsidian. He is Defam, stripped of every title the world ever gave him, and he has never looked more noble. He watches me approach. I look at his hands, those long, elegant fingers that once wove agony out of the air. They are clasped in front of him, perfectly still. But as our eyes meet, I feel the tremor in the air between us. It isn't the jagged static of anxiety. It is the deep, resonant vibration of awe. He looks at me as if I am the only source of gravity in the universe. I reach him. He takes my hand. His skin is warm, calloused from the quill and the ledger. "Leora," he breathes. "Emas." We turn to the Duke. Geshe nods, his expression solemn. "We stand here today under the gaze of the Arbiter," the Duke rumbles, his voice carrying over the crowd. "Not to seek justice, but to witness balance. Two souls, forged in the dark, seeking the light of the common day. He looks at Imas. Do you come of your own will, free of coercion and the chains of the past? I do, Imas says. His voice is clear, lacking the cold modulation of the High Lord he used to be. It is a man's voice. I come as a dark elf who has learned that power is not control. He turns to me. He takes both my hands in his. Leora, he says, loud enough for the wind to carry his words to the sea. I once sought to own you. I thought the world was made of masters and slaves. You taught me that the world is made of those who break and those who heal. He squeezes my fingers. I vow to you my silence, he says. Not the silence of the void, but the peace of a home. I vow my strength, not to conquer, but to build. And I pledge my freedom. I choose you every day, until the stars burn out and the ether goes dark. The empathy floods me. It is a tidal wave of truth. There is no deception in him, no hidden agenda, just a love so vast and terrifyingly vulnerable it makes my knees weak. Imas, I whisper, my voice trembling. I was invisible until you saw me. I was a ghost until you gave me a name. I look into his violet eyes. My pupils dilate, the Purna blackness bleeding into the sapphire, not from magic, but from the sheer intensity of the emotion swelling in my chest. I vow to be your anchor, I say. When the silence is too loud, I will be your sound. When the world is too heavy, I will share the weight. I choose you, Ihmaz, not because you saved me, but because you let me save you. Duke Geishe steps forward. He holds a small silver bowl and a simple steel dagger. In the old ways we bind with magic, the Duke says, but magic fades. Blood is life, and words are the seal of the soul. He hands the dagger to Ihmas. Ihmas does not hesitate. He draws the blade across his palm. It is a shallow cut, a thin line of bright red welling up against the charcoal skin. He hands the dagger to me. I take it. The steel is warm from his grip. I cut my own palm, wincing slightly as the sting bites. We clasp hands. Our blood mingles, slick and warm between our fingers. There is no spark of violet light. There is no roll of thunder or whisper of a god. There is only the biological reality of two lives touching, mixing, becoming one current. With this blood, Ihmas says, his eyes locked on mine, I tether myself to you. With this blood, I answer, I tether myself to you. Then it is done, Duke Keshi declares. By the laws of Ter and the witness of the Emberforge, you are mated. A cheer erupts from the courtyard. It is a raucous human sound, filled with whistles and clapping. The innkeeper is wiping her eyes with her apron. Rena is beaming. Imas doesn't look at the crowd. He leans down, his hand cupping the back of my neck, heedless of the blood on our palms. He kisses me. It is a kiss of reclamation. It tastes of salt and iron and the sweet, dizzying champagne of victory. He kisses me until the world narrows down to the pressure of his mouth and the beat of his heart against my ribs. When he pulls back, he is smiling. It is a true smile, one that reaches his eyes and banishes the last shadows of Leandor. Come, he says. There is ale to be drunk and music to be heard. The celebration is a blur of colour and sound. We sit at a long table laden with roasted tara meat, bowls of baru stew, and platters of fialon berries. A musician is playing a lyre, the frantic, joyful screech of the fiddle-setting feet stomping on the stones. Ihmaz sits beside me, his arm draped over the back of my chair, a protective, constant weight. He drinks the ale from a wooden tankard, laughing as the smith tells a bawdy joke about a manticore and a naga. I watch him. I watch the way the tension has left his shoulders. I watch the way he interacts with these people, not as a god descending from on high, but as a man among men. He catches me staring. He leans in close, his lips brushing my ear. You are quiet, he murmurs, I am happy, I say. I am just listening. To what? To the noise, I say, gesturing to the laughter, the music, the clatter of plates. It isn't screaming anymore. He rests his forehead against my temple. No, it is a song. The moon rises, full and heavy over the ocean. The celebration begins to wind down, the frantic energy settling into a contented hum. Imas stands up. He offers me his hand. Are you ready? He asks. Where are we going? Home, he says. We say our goodbyes. We leave the stronghold, walking out into the cool night air. The path to the cliffs is lit by the glow of lumiolas dancing in the tall grass. We walk hand in hand, the silence between us comfortable and rich. The house stands on the promontory, a dark silhouette against the star-dusted sky. The windows are dark, waiting for us to fill them with light. The scent of the sea is strong here, mixing with the wild thyme crushing beneath our feet. We reach the door. I reach for the latch, but Imas stops me. Wait, he says. He turns to me. The moonlight turns his skin to silver. He looks at the simple wooden door, then back at me. In my old life, he says softly, I crossed thresholds to conquer. I entered rooms to own them. He steps closer, his hands spanning my waist. Tonight, I enter to serve. He bends his knees and scoops me up into his arms. I gasp, wrapping my arms around his neck, burying my face in the softness of his shoulder. He smells of ale and night air and home. He kicks the door open. He carries me across the threshold, into the darkness of the house that is not a cage, but a kingdom of our own making. He kicks the door shut behind us, sealing out the world, sealing us in. Welcome home, my love, he whispers into the dark.
Chapter 27. Lord Imas. I shut the door behind us, the lock clicking home with a sound that is not a prison sentence, but a punctuation mark. Outside, the sea crashes against the cliffs, a rhythmic, eternal heartbeat. Inside, the small house is quiet, lit only by the starlight spilling through the open window and the soft glow of the lumiolas we passed in the garden. Leora stands in the room. She is still wearing the white linen dress, the gold embroidery shimmering faintly. Her hair is loose, a dark curtain framing the pale, fragile beauty of her face. I cross the room. I do not stalk her. I approach her as a pilgrim approaches a shrine. My wife, I whisper, the word tasting of awe. She smiles, reaching up to touch my face. Her fingertips trace the line of my jaw, the curve of my cheekbone. My husband. I catch her hand, pressing a kiss to her palm. I have nothing left to give you, I say, my voice rough with emotion. I gave you my blood. I gave you my past. I gave you my peace. Give me this, she says, stepping closer until her body presses against mine. Give me you. Just Imas. The invitation undoes me. I kiss her. It is not the desperate collision of our first time, nor the frantic, adrenaline-fueled union in the panic room. It is slow. It is deliberate. I taste the ale on her tongue and the sweetness of the fiolon berries she ate at the feast. This scene is about to get too steamy for this platform's comfort, and as much as we'd love to keep going, their guidelines say we need to stop here.
To continue releasing these free audiobooks on this platform, we've got to play by the rules.
But the passion doesn't end here.
Visit worldsofprotheka.com to hear the full, uncut version of this fantasy romance, and every daring moment that YouTube can't handle.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off unabridged audiobooks in the worlds of Protheka.
Don't let YouTube hold you back. Immerse yourself in a world of magic, danger, and unfiltered passion.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
Listen unabridged and you'll never want to go back.
I roll to the side, pulling her into my arms. She nestles against me, her head on my chest, her leg thrown over mine. The wind blows through the open window, carrying the scent of the sea and the night-blooming jasmine. It is cool and clean. I close my eyes. There is no noise in my head. There is no fear. There is only the sound of the ocean and the woman sleeping in my arms. I drift into sleep, a man at peace in a kingdom of two.
Epilogue. Leora. The morning light bathes the room in shades of gold. I wake to a warmth that has everything to do with the heavy, solid weight of the arm draped over my waist. The air smells of salt, the wild thyme from the garden, and the rich, dark aroma of roasted kaffir beans. I shift, turning onto my side. Ichmas is asleep. It is a sight I still cannot reconcile with the lord I met in the slave market. Back then, even his stillness was a weapon, a coiled tension waiting to strike. Now his face is relaxed, the sharp, predatory lines softened by the first truly peaceful sleep he has likely had in 5 centuries. His platinum hair is sprawled across the pillow, a river of silk against the white linen. His lashes, pale and long, rest against charcoal skin that looks less like armour and more like flesh. He looks young, he looks mortal. I reach out, my fingers hovering over the scar on his shoulder, the place where the stone sliced him when he saved my life in the ritual chamber. It is a jagged white line now, a permanent record of the moment he chose me over his god. His eyes open. They are not the violet of a storm anymore. They are the violet of the first light of dawn, clear, calm, and utterly focused on me. "You are staring," he murmurs, his voice rough with sleep. "I am memorizing," I counter. A slow smile spreads across his face. It is a transformation that still takes my breath away. "You have a lifetime for that, wife." He pulls me closer, burying his face in the crook of my neck. He inhales deeply, his breath warm against my skin. "You smell like the sea." "And you smell like kaffir," I say, pressing a kiss to his temple. "Did you start the brew?" "I did. The silence woke me before the sun." He pulls back to look at me, his thumb tracing the line of my lower lip. It is still strange, waking up and hearing only the waves. "Do you miss it?" I ask, the question a shadow of an old fear. "The power?" Imaz looks at his hand, the hand that used to command shadows, now resting gently on my hip. "I miss the convenience," he admits dryly. Lighting a fire with a thought was easier than using flint and steel. But the noise... He shudders, a subtle ripple of muscle under my hand. "No, I do not miss the screaming." He sits up, the sheet falling to his waist. His back is a landscape of muscle and old scars, a map of a violent life. He swings his legs over the edge of the bed. "Stay," he commands softly. "I will bring the cups." I watch him walk to the small kitchen area of our one-room house. He moves with the same feline grace he possessed in the high halls of Leondor, but the predatory edge is gone. He is just a man moving through his home. He returns with 2 steaming mugs of earthenware. He hands one to me and climbs back into bed, sitting with his back against the headboard. We drink in silence. It is a companionable, rich silence, filled with the dust motes dancing in the sunbeams. "I was thinking," he says, staring into the dark liquid of his cup. "About what?" "About the garden." He gestures vaguely toward the open window. "The soil is good. We could plant fire melons. Or herbs." "And?" I prod, sensing there is more. He turns to look at me. His expression is intense, the violet eyes darkening with a specific, possessive heat. "And I was thinking about the vision I had," he says. "Last night, when I was inside you." My cheeks heat. The memory of our mating, the desperate, worshipping fervour of it, is still vivid in my blood. "The child," I whisper. "A daughter," he says firmly, "with your hair and my skin, running through the garden, I smile, shaking my head. No, a boy, with your eyes and my stubbornness. Emus frowns, a playful crease appearing between his brows. A boy would be trouble. If he has your stubbornness, I will never know a moment's peace. He will try to overthrow me by his third winter. And a girl wouldn't? I raise an eyebrow. If she is anything like her father, she will have the neighbourhood boys wrapped around her finger before she can walk. He laughs. It is a low, rusty sound, one he is still learning how to use. Perhaps one of each, he concedes, reaching out to rest his hand on my stomach. The heat of his palm seeps through the thin linen of the sheet. In time, when we are ready. When we are ready, I agree. I cover his hand with mine. The idea of bringing a life into this world, a world where defam and humans can live in peace, where children are not born to be vessels or slaves, fills me with a profound, aching hope. Finish your kaffa, I say, setting my mug on the bedside table. I want to show you something. He raises an eyebrow but drains his cup. What is it? Come outside. I get out of bed and pull on a simple dressing gown. Emas pulls on his breeches, leaving his chest bare. We walk out into the garden. It is a wild tangle of green, overgrown and chaotic, but vibrant with life. The sea crashes against the cliffs below, sending a fine mist into the air. I lead him to a patch of earth near the wall where a single, withered stalk of a paradise blossom struggles to survive. It is brown and brittle, choked by weeds. Watch, I say. I kneel in the dirt. Emas stands over me, his shadow shielding me from the sun. Leora, it is dead. No, I say. It is just lonely. I close my eyes. I reach for the place inside me where the dam used to be. The Purna magic is there, a well of deep, resonant blue water. It's not the jagged lightning of chaos. It is not the crushing weight of order. It is a connection. I place my hands on the earth on either side of the withered stem. I do not command it to grow. I do not force my will upon it. I feel it. I feel the dryness of its roots. I feel the exhaustion of fighting the weeds. I feel its faint, thready pulse of life, waiting for a reason to persist. I push. I push the memory of the rain in Leondor, not the gloom, but the life-giving water. I push the warmth of Ihmas's skin against mine. I push the feeling of safety. Live, I think, not as an order, but as an invitation. It is safe to grow here. My palms tingle. A soft, humming vibration travels up my arms. Leora, Emas breathes. I open my eyes. The brown stalk is turning green. Colour flushes through the plant like blood returning to a limb. The leaves unfurl, stretching toward the sun. A bud forms at the apex, tight and shy, and then, in a burst of accelerated time, it opens. A brilliant, yellow bloom explodes into existence, its petals vibrant and dewy. It is life, restored. I sit back on my heels, exhausted but exhilarated. Emas drops to his knees beside me. He stares at the flower, then at my hands. He takes my fingers in his, turning them over, inspecting them as if they are artifacts of a lost age. You created life, he whispers. With a thought. I just reminded it how to be, I say. It wanted to live. It just needed help. He looks at me. The awe in his eyes is terrifying in its intensity. You are amazing, he says, his voice thick. You are the sun. You are the rain. He pulls me into his arms, crushing me against his bare chest. We kneel there in the dirt, amidst the wild grass and the blooming flower, holding on to each other. We won, he whispers into my hair. The words hang in the salt air. We did not win a throne. We did not conquer a kingdom. We defeated the narrative that said we had to be enemies. We defeated the God who fed on our pain. I pull back to look at him. The scars on his body are history. The ring on his finger is a promise. And the man behind the violet eyes is free. Yes, I say, we won. I stand up, pulling him with me. The sun is higher now, turning the ocean to a sheet of blinding diamonds. The path leads down from our house to the beach, where the world is wide and open. Come, I say. I take his hand. His fingers interlace with mine, a perfect locking fit. I do not look back at the dark elf lord he was, nor the slave girl I used to be. They are the past, left behind in the shadows of the north. I look at Ichmas. I look at the light. Where are we going? He asks, a smile touching his lips, a smile that belongs only to me. Forward, I say. I squeeze his hand, and together we walk out of the garden and into the sun.